be adjourning to closed session. Mr. Stark, will you read what we'll be discussing, please?
I'd be happy to. Madam Chair, members of the board, good morning. The board will recess to closed session to consider the following items: a public defender, public employee performance, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Garza v. County, Myers v. County, Tom's Real Party and Interest, and Toro and Coberall v. County.
We will be reconvening at 9 o'clock.
Ms. Schwartz, Ms. Rose,
Here.
Ms. Gray, Mr. Urbanski,
Here.
Ms. Marshall.
Here. Our invocation this morning is by Keith Davis from the Office of the County Administrator. Good morning.
Thank you. I'll read this morning a prayer of the United Nations. It is, O Lord, our planet Earth is only a small star in space. It is our duty to transform it into a planet whose creatures are no longer tormented by war, hunger, or fear. No longer senselessly divided by race, color, or ideology. Give us courage and strength to begin this task today so that our children and our children's children shall one day carry the name of man with pride. And at this time, we'll stand and I'll say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Mr. Stark, do we have a report from closed session this morning?
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session. It took no reportable action and concluded its closed session business for the day.
Thank you. Move right to approval of the minutes.
Move for approval, Madam Chair.
Motion by Supervisor Urbanski, second by Supervisor Schwartz. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. On to the administrative agenda. I have two items that have been requested to be pulled for comment. Any items from board members this morning? All right, seeing none. Mr. Clerk, you want to read item A18?
Madam Chair, members of the board, item A18 is from the Public Health Department and asks that the board approve and execute an agreement with State Department of Health Services for public health preparedness and response to bioterrorism for the federal fiscal year of October 1, 2001 through September 30, 2002 in the amount of $10,000.
Thank you. We'll go to Santa Maria for Sister Janet Corcoran.
Supervisors and community members, I recommend that you approve and execute an agreement with the State Department of Health Services for public health preparedness and response to bioterrorism. I encourage you to support the public health budget. Give them all they ask for and more so as to better prepare and respond to bioterrorism. As I've said before many times to you as board, we are not prepared for homeland situations. With our budget for defense being the #1 budget item, we still are giving, I'd say there's a word we use, peanuts for our preparedness. We've got to do better. And I think it's a shame that we still do not have adequate funding and action plans going throughout our nation. We need to ask the governor and president for increased funding for preparedness, biological and chemical warfare. We need more resources to meet the needs of our communities. Hospitals throughout our state have difficulty even meeting the needs of a flu epidemic. Flu. That's minuscule compared to what we could face, and hopefully we never face in this country. So the funds being allocated for Homeland Security are not adequate, are not enough. So I'm hoping you go through your budget hearings, whatever Roger asks for, that you give him that and much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Janet. I'm sure you just made Roger Haru's day. Mr. Clerk, would you read item 824, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, item 824 is from Supervisor Gray and asks that the board approve and authorize the chair to execute and submit a letter regarding the financial viability of the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority.
Very good, Sister Janet. There you go again.
Good morning again. I want to thank Supervisor Gray for requesting the chair to execute a letter regarding the fiscal viability of the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority. This letter is addressed to Gail Margolis, Deputy Director of the Department of Health Services. The Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority has been a model program nationally for 20 years and is now in danger of ceasing operations due to inadequate state funding. The closure of the authority would severely impact the provider of services, but most especially the economically disadvantaged patients served. It would cost the state far more without this well-managed program of care. Currently, nearly half of the state's physicians, nearly half, do not treat Medi-Cal patients. The percentage is about 45% primary care physicians and 43% specialists who do not have any Medi-Cal patients in their practices. Most doctors have negative opinions about Medi-Cal that include the reimbursement level and the amount of paperwork required. Again, it's a wonder we have any trees in our society with the paperwork that goes on. Medi-Cal rates pay only an average of 65% of what Medicare pays for services, and neither one of those are anything to write home about. Our physicians, hospitals are kind of paid missionary reimbursement. However, the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority, a managed care Medi-Cal program, has done a great job by giving better reimbursement and managing the care of the recipients than the pure Medi-Cal program. As a model program, if it folds, a lot of our community members will not find doctors willing to accept them because of the poor Medi-Cal rates, etc. Currently, 6.1 million Californians are receiving state-funded medical services, and the need is expected to rise. Dave Lampkin and his staff do a great job of administering the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority. Dave and his staff are very professional, but most importantly, they have great compassion for our economically disadvantaged brothers and sisters. This ingredient of compassion is truly what makes this a quality program. For patients being cared for by this program are many times the sickest and have many social problems that stem from their poverty situation that must be addressed as well. As an effective, efficient, quality, compassionate system of health care, to discontinue the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority due to lack of funds would prove devastating for our county, and especially for those served. I want to thank you supervisors for your strong letter of support, and we pray that Gail Margolis has ears to hear and a heart that's ready to meet the needs of patients and the providers of services. May the words of the Talmud move her to increase rates to meet the current budgetary shortfall, which in turn will result in ongoing quality, compassionate care for our brothers and sisters. Gail, may the words of the Talmud move you and each of us in our day-to-day life. To save one life, it is as if one has saved the world. I want to thank you, supervisors, for saving many lives through an outstanding Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority program. Now, it's not a perfect program, so we don't want to canonize Mr. Lampkin and his staff. We want to encourage them to make it an even better program. So we join in prayer for its fiscal viability. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Urbanski.
I have a comment on some of the issues that Sister Janet had just delivered to us here, but I want you to look at the letter, and it says in the 4th paragraph, recently the Authority Board of Directors took measures to reduce the cost of pharmaceuticals and exploring other reductions as well. And I call the board's attention to this. I think that this is another example of where we're a pound, penny foolish. What is it? Penny foolish and penny wise and pound
Penny-wise,
foolish.
yeah.
I thank my learned counsel for it. But a historical reference which I couldn't handle. Anyway, what is interesting about this is that in 99-2000, this county spent over $5 million on hospital fees for the mentally ill. And one of the things that keeps the mentally ill from having to go to the hospitals is good pharmaceuticals. And so far, the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority has been able to have a really good formulary for these mentally ill people. And I talked to the health director for Alameda County a week or two ago, and he said this has been the big thing in their mental health treatment, is to be able to give the mentally ill these new drugs which have less side effects, and they tend to stay on these drugs and stay out of hospitalization, which is extremely expensive, not only for us, but for the parents and for the families, and it's very debilitating for the mentally ill. So I think that this is an important letter that we should probably even take stronger action if we could. Maybe we should put something on the agenda to say to the state that we need reimbursement for all the things that Sister Janet talked about, and for the pharmaceuticals, because by cutting the rates on the pharmaceuticals, we're also endangering the drugstores. In many cases, like in Guadalupe, we only have one drugstore. If it goes out of business, how are we going to supply medications to the people in that community? In the northwest section of Santa Maria, the same thing. I would suggest that we put something on the departmental in order to support this letter even more drastically in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Robert Freeman.
Madam Chair, members of the board, my name is Robert Freeman. I'm the Deputy Executive Director of the Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority, and I'd like to make a few brief points in support of this item this morning. Santa Barbara Regional Health Authority has been administering the medical health program in Santa Barbara County since 1983. We were one of the first, now oldest, Medicaid managed care plan in the nation. As mentioned earlier, the authority has earned both state and national recognition for its efficiency and effectiveness in establishing a fully integrated healthcare system with the county's low-income population, which represents about 12% of the county's total population. The authority generates over $120 million annual revenues, which are reinvested back into the community by means of payments to providers and services rendered to members. As it's been alluded to, the problem that's being faced by the authority currently is that there have been significant increases in healthcare costs, particularly among pharmacies that have not been recognized by the state of California in its payment to the authority. The effect is the authority's finances are now deteriorating. Again, pharmacy costs are going up 17% a year, with psychotropic drugs, as Supervisor Urbanski noted, being among the most expensive. Additionally, the hospitals are being more insistent that the authority meets their calculated cost of providing care to the authority's members. While we are currently working with the State Department of Health Services, our local state representatives, our contractor providers, and others to address this problem with the state, we would appreciate the support of your board in lobbying the state of California to provide adequate reimbursement to the authority. I thank you for your time and would be glad to answer questions.
All right, that's the last request I have to speak on administrative agenda, so, Mr. Clerk, you have a couple of changes.
Yes, Madam Chair. Regarding item A8, the budget revision request, number 2003218 is from the Public Works Department, and the request is for a revision of revenue revision of $190,330. And Public Works has requested that this be pulled from the agenda. And then with respect to item A10 from General Services, this has to do with the Lompoc Wellness Clinic. The request is that this item be continued 1 week to your April 9th meeting, and you can take both of these actions as part of your motion on the administrative agenda.
All right, I'll entertain the motion to approve the administrative agenda.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Rose. A roll call, please.
Ms. Short? Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Gray? Mr. Urbanski? Aye. Ms. Marshall?
Moving on now to public comment. This is a part of the agenda where individuals are welcome to come forward and speak on items that are not already agendized. I have 3 public comment requests this morning, 4 actually, and each of you will have 3 minutes to address the board, and we'll go to Santa Maria for Sister Janet.
Good morning again, Supervisors. And if Brother Caldwell's the other speaker, I would have preferred to follow him. It's a good source of wind power on this end of the county today. In this year of budget deficits, deep budget cuts in healthcare, childcare, education, and support for people, leaving welfare will harm the most vulnerable members of our population, especially children. But the state of California can make up for some of the losses that threaten important social programs. California can enact the trigger already built into the vehicle licensing fee rebate law to cancel the rebate during our current budget crisis. The vehicle licensing fee currently helps fund local government programs. When the governor and legislature enacted the 25% rebate, the state backfilled lost revenues to towns and cities from the general fund, using surpluses which have now gone into thin air. They've evaporated. Left with the shortfall, these budget supplements to local and to country programs are draining resources from state programs, including immunizations for low-income children, replacing outdated textbooks. We've got classrooms that are crumbling. We've got no play area for our children because we've got modulars all over the playground area. Pretty soon we're going to have modulars out in the streets. Child care for the working poor, and even support for emergency rooms. State Assemblywoman Carol Migden wrote AB 1753 as a necessary correction for this revenue crisis. AB 1753, which you may want to consider as part of your legislative advocacy items. The vehicle licensing fee is a value-based tax on automobiles, commercial trucks, motorcycles, and trailers. It is a 2% of the value of the vehicle, 2% of the purchase price the first year, and declines annually, according to a statutory depreciation schedule. The vehicle licensing fee is fully tax deductible on federal income taxes for the 40% of Californians who itemize it. Thus, the rollback will also be fully deductible and will reduce federal tax burdens even as it increases the state tax. The value of the vehicle licensing fee rebate is $3.8 billion for 2002 to 2003. $3.8 billion, and can fund a large portion of programs that will otherwise be eliminated in health, education, and work assistance. We can live without the rebate. We cannot live without the programs that will impact our brothers and sisters because of this lost revenue. So I urge you to contact your legislator to urge support for the trigger to end the rebate. So to support AB 1753, it's the right thing to do. and let's make it happen.
Thank you, Sister
very
Janet.
much.
Thanks for bringing that to our attention. Excuse me. Supervisor Urbanski, you want to introduce your supervisor for the day at this point?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Heidi Milne. If you will please stand, and we're so proud to have you as our supervisor of the day. Now, Heidi lives in the city of Santa Maria and goes to Santa Maria High School. She is age 17 in the 11th grade. She's involved with the Future Business Leaders of America, the Saints Varsity Club, the California Scholarship Federation, the Associated Student Body, and a swim team. And she's also involved with sports and Boy Scouts, piano, ballet, church youth group, and special awards. She has the Santa Maria High School Academic Award 4 times and a California Governor's Scholarship Award. And on her college plan, she hopes to go to a 4-year university and would like to look into a career of occupational therapist. And on the way down, we talked about politics. Maybe we change her mind. She might want to be running for Board of Supervisors one of these days. We have such exciting meetings. Heidi, thank you for being here and for being our supervisor today.
Welcome, Heidi.
John Thorndike and then Christopher Brown.
Good morning, Chair and Board. Last week I asked you all one question, and that was namely, is there any special reason or period, or any reason, period, why I should not borrow and spend money to put my dream home of many, many years on my domicile in Toro Canyon? I'm still asking that question, but I look at what's on the agenda today, and I think I get some of the answers. Do you have any answers that you can give me? I look at some of the things that are going on in the parks proposals for grant funds, and at the end of the day, I guess you're going to have an agenda ending item on. Let's see. Considering the adoption, second reading of an ordinance adding Chapter 25B titled Change of Owner, Operator, and Guarantor for Certain Oil and Gas Facilities. Well, now that is on land and otherwise. And I figure, I keep thinking I hear me in there somewhere. Owner, operator, and or guarantor. John left. John had the answers. Well, anyway, I have here a request the county and I have jointly put in to the Attorney General of the United States and the Solicitor General, Washington, D.C., a notice and request for a declaratory judgment which vitally affects the counties of the state of California. And I wrote it. I take responsibility for it, but the county's helping me get an answer from the court. And as soon as I get one, I'll let you know what goes on. But in the meantime, let me know what's going on.
Thank you, Mr. Thorndike.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Brown?
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I read in the paper the other day that our sheriffs are not getting wages equal to the other counties in the state of California. This is pretty disturbing because we have an excellent sheriff's department and it should remain that way by keeping those wages high. This underlines affordable housing when a sheriff's officer cannot get enough pay in to make payments on housing and keep his family living here in this county. There's another point right there, is that your reduction from 20,000 units of state required housing to 17,000 is not quite in order, and to look at alternative forms of housing so that some of the public can move out of our consolidated areas that depend on streets and public transportation, and go ahead and relax some of the building codes in ways, change them, not relax them. But the Sheriff's Department, I heard that there was a retirement plan that was turned down by the board a year ago, which allowed a sheriff to retire a little bit earlier if he put his time in. And I think this is very important for some of these officers that have teenage children. And these kids need guidance, and these officers deserve the opportunity to give the guidance to their children. And the benefits packages, of course, are very valuable to these officers that are working in this county. So I want to urge you to keep the quality of law enforcement as high as possible by, one, keeping wages up equal with the other counties in the state, and two, observing the best possible retirement benefits packages that can be afforded to our Sheriff's Department. And I also urge the public to definitely become vocal on this issue, because these are fine officers. This is probably one of the very best Sheriff's Departments in the state of California. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment period for this morning. Mr. Clerk, will you read item number 1, please?
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 1 is from the County Administrator and is a hearing to consider changing the status of Indian lands gaming from monitor to advocacy in the federal legislative program.
Mr. Raponis, do you want to comment on that?
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, members of the board, it's brought to our attention by both the 3rd District Office as well as our legislative advocate that the matter of Indian gaming at the federal level is taking up one additional time, and the reason it's taking up time is because it has become more a matter that at the front of legislative issues than monitoring might suggest is appropriate. At the present time, we have 4 items that are, as indicated in the report, are on advocacy relative to our federal legislative program. Those are Community Development Block Grant, Conservation and Reinvestment Act, Transportation Equity Act, and the fire grants. We have 4 monitoring report matters. Those are beach and shore erosion, base closures, offshore oil leasing, and Indian lands and gaming. Again, as I mentioned, based upon issues at the federal level, rising regard to Indian lands and gaming, particularly in the fee to trust area. We've been asked to consider the potential transfer from monitoring report to advocacy, the matter of Indian gaming in our federal ledge program. If your board were to do this, there would be a cost to it, and that is because in order to provide advocacy, it takes a great deal more effort than it does monitoring, and our legislative advocate has indicated that cost will be somewhere in the neighborhood of $5,000 to $6,000 for the remainder of the year. This is an estimate and is based in a large measure on what response our particular delegation might have to this idea. If they are receptive to it, we would be going on to talk to the BIA and so forth. If not, then it might slow it down a little bit, but we just don't know that until your board makes a determination as to whether it wants to change from monitor to advocacy, the Indian gaming matter. That $5,000 to $6,000 is available within the current contract amount and the current allocation. We set $5,000 aside for issues such as this, not knowing this in advance, but just recognizing that there might be an occasion where we'd want to devote some additional resources to the federal legislative program. So we set aside that $5,000. There's some additional funding in the transportation account relative to the legislative contract that is for incidental expenses that have not been expended and would be available for this. So there would be no need, bottom line is there would be no need for the board to allocate additional funds for this purpose. The question really is, do you want to make that change from monitor to advocacy for federal Indian gaming?
Thank you, Mr. Laponis. I want to make just a brief comment about this. As the board remembers, on June 13th, we sent a letter to the Bureau of Indian Affairs. We sent comments regarding the Shumash request to take 6.9 acres additional land into tribal trust, or annexing to the existing reservation. In our letter, we noted that we regretfully opposed the feeder trust application due to the lack of any arrangement for compensation to local governments for the increased services that are necessary to accommodate the existing gaming expansion. In other words, we have ongoing impacts right now that we really haven't any provision for accommodating. We also cited the loss of tax revenue to local governments while experiencing, once again, a higher level of service demands in the community and elsewhere. Most recently, we had a discussion of the Board of Equalization exempting the tribe from sales tax on food, beverages, and other value-added businesses. So it makes the addition of more property to the tribal lands even more onerous for local governments and the local community, not just for loss of tax revenue, but also for competing businesses in the San Ynez Valley. So it is also my belief that the tribe has, well, I know the tribe has purchased additional lands and will be submitting additional feeder trust applications, which is their perfect right. Additionally, I think it's important to note that this board has always expressed the support for the recognition of tribal sovereignty and the efforts to ensure self-reliance. However, there is a reality here, and I feel strongly that we need a higher level of advocacy at the federal level, and this small addition could help us at least track what is happening with the feeder trust applications, and may give us a stronger voice at the federal level. So I would ask that the board support this item. Any questions or comments? Supervisor Gray?
Thank you. Mr. Laponis, I'm still not clear as what different are we going to be doing when we move from monitoring to advocacy? What are we going to be advocating? I think that's probably the question.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Gray. By way of explanation, at present, we've asked the Watermans to track any issue that may come about and monitor it without really taking a stance on it one way or the other, simply to inform us of what might be going on at the federal level by way of legislation or other issues that pertain to legislation as it relates to Indian gaming, Indian lands. If we move to advocacy, particularly on the feeder trust issue, we would do our best to engage our delegation as to our particular point of view that's been expressed by Supervisor Marshall in the letters that we have sent already to the state legislature, the federal legislature, indicating our point of view as it pertains to feeder trust. We would attempt to obtain their endorsement of that. We would then try to engage the Bureau of Indian Affairs in order to help move forward our point of view relative to feeder trust particularly.
Well,
if you have the letter in front of you,
I'll be happy to jump in here, but we did, I would refer you to the packet that was sent on June 13, which included our point of view, and then we followed up with a letter last November. And my particular point of view is that without accommodating local governments in some way, so that local governments has some revenue stream, some place to go for revenues to accommodate the very, very large impacts that we are facing due to gambling in the San Ynez Valley, increased gaming in the San Ynez Valley, that we should oppose additional lands taken into trust, which will impose additional impacts to our community. Transportation corridors, public safety certainly, all of the impacts that we outlined in our packet that we sent to the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which included a packet of information and with dollar values added on just the increased gaming on the current reservation property. So I think that our position should be just that.
If I could sum it up, Supervisor Gray, I would look at it this way. We would be requesting that anytime there's a feeder trust issue with regard to any matter that pertains to Indian gaming, that local government would have a greater opportunity for input, have a greater opportunity for influence as to the impacts on local government or the potential impacts of such a transfer. At the present time, it's a relatively closed session. We don't have an opportunity, for instance, to comment on the environmental impacts. We would like that opportunity. We would like our position to be taken into consideration in more of a formal way, and that it's that sort of thing that we would be advocating. That's my
Right.
point.
Additionally, I think one of the things that we requested in our last letter to the Bureau of Indian Affairs was that instead of having these hearings in Riverside or other places, that the hearing be local, so that they can hear the local voices. So.
Thank you. If what Mr. Laponis says is moves us from monitor to advocacy, that makes sense to me, so that the public talks about it. But as far as a carte blanche, we are just against fee to trust, I'm not there yet because I don't see the reasons. And one of the reasons is, particularly in the 6 acres, I don't have enough information, it's just what I've read in the newspaper, but in the 6 acres that the tribe is interested in, it appears that a good third of that is basically burial ground. And so if that comes out, what difference does it make? The tribe is putting in more signals. They're causing the park to be updated across. So, I think that they are doing some positive things. However, I think that, and it's important that local government and tribe discusses the cost of local government. I'm having trouble figuring out what I'm doing here, and that's why I'm asking.
Well,
And maybe Mr. Brown could help if you could indicate what's been done. I know that the fire department has. What's going on with the tribe at this time?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, it's an evolving project, and the tribe cannot tell us everything that there will be because it's a developmental project, and they have their own internal clearances, just as we do in the county. But what's being proposed now is I think 5 or 6 pieces of property to go into trust. The biggest one is the one the board's already familiar with, which is on the north side of 246, just west of the Union 76 station at Edison Street, and that property would have a combination of parking and so forth, and perhaps, although adopted formally by the tribe, an interpretive center. Another deed of trust is at the corner of Edison and 246, would be the southwest corner, and that would enable the tribe to construct access road to the site, to the main site, which is more in line with good traffic engineering. And that would be one that in fact we have a meeting this Wednesday to analyze that with the tribe's traffic engineering. If that looks good, that might be one we want to
absolutely not, as I understand it, absolutely not straightforward and anti-unit trust. That is not the intention. Whatever advocacy we would proffer would come to the board first. The board would be giving direction, and as I understand it now, that direction is contained within the information that the board has already sent. If we were to change that, then we'd back to the board as to what we would do. The idea is to put a lot more light and air on this process as it pertains to local government and the BIA, and to have Specialist Brown administrative role.
One more thing, Madam Chair. I did not receive the backup material that Supervisor Marshall was showing. All I got was one page, so I haven't had a chance to review that. June 13th. Is that so I'm like, we didn't send it. Okay, I'm kind of like at a loss to know what that is because I don't recall. So if you would pass that down, I'm gonna abstain on the vote until I have a chance to do this. But we'll go ahead and vote.
Supervisor Schwartz? I was just going to say that the conversation from Mr. Brown and Mr. Laconis helps me to clarify things. And having been back in D.C. recently with Mr. Laconis and having had extensive conversations with the Waterman staff as well as visits that they planned for us, I think that their active involvement is really critical. It makes an enormous difference. So I'll move the recommendation. And I want to say if Supervisor Gray would feel more comfortable, then perhaps we should ask the administrative office to follow through with us with essentially putting in writing the parameters of our position.
Madam Chair, I filled out a speaker slip.
Could we get a second to the motion?
Yeah, let's get a second to the motion, and we'll have discussion.
I'll second the
Okay,
motion.
we have a motion by Supervisor Schwartz, a second by Supervisor Rose. Mr. Caldwell, I just received.
Thank you. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm Andy Caldwell representing COLAB. I would consider your action today to be a violation of the Brown Act, that you're going to fill in the details after the motion in writing. I think that the fact that this was not pre-calendared to begin with, we do not believe this constitutes an emergency thing. You've not taken a motion to take this without pre-calendaring. Secondly, you've given us no details. Even your own board cannot tell you what the details of what your advocacy position is going to be. Thirdly, we find fault with the fact that you would take basically a parochial interest that affects a few people in the San Ynez Valley and spend precious few resources that could be used for issues that are affecting the larger county as a whole. And we just can't support that. We feel that part of the problem with the Chumash tribe is Supervisor Marshall, and that maybe if one of the other supervisors was more involved in negotiations with the tribe, things may go smoother. We've never heard Supervisor Marshall talk about the benefits to the community of the casino or the tribe in terms of the jobs that they provide, in terms of the donations that they provide to the community, in terms of the savings to the county of the health clinic that they provide, not just to members of the tribe, but any member of the community that wants to go there. We've never heard Supervisor Marshall talk about the multiplier effect of the added tourism dollars to the county as a whole. We look at the county as promoting Lake Kachuma. The county helps promote Buellton and Solvang and the wine country via tourist dollars, and they spend money to bring tourists to the San Ynez Valley. But then when the tribe brings tourists to San Ynez Valley, all that they want to do is talk about impacts. And again, we would ask you to recalendar this, furnish the public with the express will of your board of what you are going to be advocating for or against, and have the courtesy to send that information to the tribe as well. Thank you.
Mr. Stark?
Yes, my understanding of what is before the board today is not any specific advocacy position. It is to change the stance of the contract with the Waterman Associates from monitoring the issue of relationships with the
substantive action would have to go to your board, and that's probably through the Legislative Program Committee. So that's a long way of saying I don't believe there's any Brown Act violation here. What is before your board is a limited action, and the board would not be engaging in the practice of substantively adding a policy that it hasn't actually voted on after the fact.
I would
Mr. Stark, point of clarification. We typically do pre-calendar something, if you want to use those phrases, but we don't have to do that, isn't that correct?
That is a county protocol that is not specified by the Brown Act, and Mr. Laponis could possibly explain why there was no pre-calendaring in this place.
I certainly could have requested. Mr. Stark is correct from my perspective in that it is a protocol. It is not even a firm policy. This is my way of, at least as I understand, I don't recollect anything in writing ever coming from the board. The concept behind it is very straightforward. It's to provide primarily the Board of Supervisors and the public an opportunity to know what's coming before the board in an advanced manner so that they can be better prepared to discuss the issue. Allow board members to be better prepared to know and ask questions of staff, allow the public to know that something's coming in advance of it being there. Now, that being said, the public and the board is offered an opportunity to know in advance. It's a question of how far in advance you would know it's coming. Any item that we prepare for the board on the departmental agenda comes to the board on Thursday morning of the Thursday prior to the Tuesday meeting, and that is when it is made public as well. So we have Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Some might say that's a long period of time. Some might say a short period of time. I do know this: it is certainly well within the parameters of the Brown Act, which is 72 hours, as well in excess of 72 hours. As to why this particular item has come before your board in this particular manner has to do with two things. One is the issue is of moment in Washington, D.C. That is, the particular fee to trust application in San Ynez Valley that we've been discussing is being addressed by BIA. The BIA, and so if we're going to act, we felt at any rate that it would be good to have it in front of the board timely. Second is it was a request of Third District Supervisor.
Thank you. And just as additional information, and Ms. Klein may already realize that, but one of the things that came out of the meeting that Mr. Brown and I had with the tribal chair yesterday was that they are revising that application. There will be a new application, and actually on that application, in addition to the comments that Supervisor Gray made about the artifacts, there will also be approximately, from what we saw, 50,000 square feet of building. Part of it is going to be retail and commercial, which, as a matter of fact, is going to significantly impact two very small roads in San Ynez. In terms of Mr. Caldwell pointing out the benefits that the tribe provides to the valley, there's no question that there are some benefits to having the tribe there. They do contribute to some of the community-based organizations in the valley. To what degree, that is not known. The tribe doesn't offer the community information about that, which is their perfect right. I'm only addressing it because Mr. Caldwell brought it up. And also, I guess I would defend my position as the representative of the 3rd District, and to consider that anyone else would be better prepared to represent the 3rd District or the Valley, where I also happen to live, is a bit arrogant. So, if there are any other
Madam
comments?
Chair,
Yes, Supervisor Schwartz.
I just want to say, we could string this out for months. Mr. Caldwell will never support this action. So unfortunately, I really don't consider Mr. Caldwell's comments as constructive. I think in terms of process, wherever possible, we should put items on the administrative agenda previously. It gives everybody better notice. There have been, and I'm sure will continue to be, exceptions to that. And in this case, I think this is really a procedural matter for us to discuss as a board, elevating a work item in a contract that we have with our federal legislative advocates. To me, this is, if you'll excuse the expression, not a federal case. I really think we have a situation that in another context would be one that everybody would agree on. We have no seat at the table, and all that we are asking is that the federal relevant agencies acknowledge and encourage to the extent possible that local governments be a part of the conversation in discussing economic impacts, land use impacts, transportation impacts from activities of the tribes. This to me is just reasonable. We know we have very limited authority. We have virtually no authority, and we don't question the sovereignty issues. We are merely looking for what seems to us to be a basic, reasonable position to protect all of our citizens. I must say, although it's not my district, that I really take umbrage in the people of the Santa Ynez Valley being described as a few people. Yes, it affects their daily lives, but I think activities there affect all of us in the county. So I'll call the question.
All right, can we have a roll call, please?
Madam Chair.
Well, Supervisor Bansky, the question has been called.
Yeah, well, I'm going to vote against the motion, and the reason being that after we had this discussion about sales tax and that sort of thing, and I read the backup in Walter's column and so forth and so on, and the Indian tribes are going to be big players. And I think we have to be very careful about the perception here. I think the perception may well be that we're rushing this forward without asking the people of the tribe what their thinking is, or coming up with some, we're in negotiations, as Mr. Brown said, about over pieces of ground and how that will fit into to the area. But I think that we have made a mistake in the past by appearing to take unilateral action quite often, and I think that we need to be more attuned to the sensitivities of the tribe, because I have the impression that they feel like we're just sort of out to get them. Maybe that's the wrong perception, but I'd just like to stay away from that perception as much as possible. I'm not sure that this isn't a really good thing, but I would much prefer that we had had a little bit more time and a little bit more a discussion maybe of putting on the administrative agenda, not that we're violating any rules particularly here, but because that would maybe alert the tribe to bring a representative and speak. I've always found the tribe's representatives, when they do come and speak to the Board of Supervisors, I personally found them very instructive, and I think very moderate and willing to discuss these things. But I think if they feel like we're doing something in a unilateral way which is not in their best interest and only in our best interest, it sets up sort of an adversarial relationship over which we have a difficult time overcoming. So for that reason, I'll oppose the motion.
Roll call, please.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
I'm going to be voting no, and I'd like to request a written explanation of what we mean by monitor to advocacy, so I know what's going to happen. I just want to point out in this letter that Supervisor Marshall handed me that said we're basing our theories on, it says that the administrative and community buildings will be on the 6.9 acres north, and the administrative and the community building is being built on the reservation.
Okay, well, Supervisor Gray, I think I just explained that there is a revised fee to trust application. I was only bringing this up as a point of information. Okay.
Mr. Urbanski?
No.
Ms. Marshall?
Aye. Okay. Item number 2, please.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 2 is from Planning and Development and is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding amendments to the Santa Barbara County Code related to the change of owner, operator, and guarantor for certain oil and gas facilities.
I'm sorry? Oh. I don't think it's that long and elaborate this morning. Morning, Mr. Anthony.
Madam Chair, If your board will recall, on March 19th, you approved the first reading of this ordinance and continued it to today for a second reading. Much discussion during that first reading focused on change of operator, and in particular on more clarification about the request by the County of Records in its review of records of a proposed operator. Specifically, those records would be accident records and compliance records. Your board did offer some and approve some clarifying language. We'll show you that language just as a reminder. We added and augmented the second sentence, beginning with the director shall require relevant records of compliance and corrective actions taken subsequent to any major incidents for facilities, if any, that are similar in nature to those that are subject of the original permit as may be necessary to make findings. There was also some additional discussion about further adjustments to this particular language that might bring further clarification, if you'll recall. Staff subsequently went and met with stakeholders to work out some additional language, and as a result we have some recommended language for you, and we also would recommend that your board would reopen the first hearing, enable to adopt that additional language, and then continue this hearing to April 16th for the second hearing of this ordinance. Of course, you still have the option to let today be the second hearing of the ordinance without inclusion of the clarifying language. But allow me to go through that language for your consideration, please. Additional clarifications that we're looking for include what is the meaning of resources when we say, does the operator have sufficient skills, training, and resources? We made a clarification verbally during the last hearing and further made the clarification in the staff report for today's hearing that resources in particular includes staffing levels. That certainly has been a question in past experience with change of operators, and clearly we think the county would want to make sure that if a new operator is proposing to take over a facility, that it is proposing to do so with sufficient and qualified staff. The second clarification would be the meaning of serious injury. Obviously, we want the condition in question, or the finding in question, would be a review of major accidents. And the definition of major incidents includes fatalities or serious injuries. We bring to your consideration two clarifications that reflect staff's original intent. The first clarification would be that serious injury is defined as in practice when we do our quantitative risk analyses for permitting such facilities as something that's more serious than mild or transitory injury. And let me give you an example. The types of injuries that typically would occur off-site from such facilities would be one, injury from inhaling hydrogen sulfide, which you know can be lethal in high enough dosages. Second would be exposure to thermal radiation, which is fire. And third would be explosion and any kind of destruction that comes off-site from the effects of an explosion. An example of an accident that would be more than mild and transitory would be second-degree burns. We have clarified this in the staff report as well as being typical practice that we already employ when we analyze facilities for risk. An additional clarification that we're seeking here would be evaluation of accident and compliance records. Let me return once more to the clarification of serious injury, because we would like to add the following language, or at least have your board consider the following language addition to the definition of major incident. And basically what this language states is that when we speak of fatalities and serious injuries, we're talking about fatalities and serious injuries among the general public, not among workers in the facility. That's an issue of occupational risk that even in our environmental review of new projects or modifications, we don't go into. And it was certainly our intent to limit it in a review of accident records to injuries that are or fatalities that are off-site. Now, to be clear in our review of compliance records if there's a recurring issue of non-compliance that happened to also result in worker deaths or serious injuries, that would come under consideration in our review of compliance record. And then the last consideration we would like your board to consider, if you would be the section that has been in discussion. This is the first sentence. We propose no further modifications, but I just want to take you through the entire intent. This first sentence, we're looking at to see if the proposed operator has the skills, training, or resources necessary to operate a permitted facility in compliance with the permit and all applicable county codes, and has demonstrated the ability to comply with compliance plans listed in section 25B10(1)F. The next section, which your board did adjust last hearing of this item on March 19th, the director shall require relevant records of compliance and corrective actions taken subsequent to major incidents for facilities, if any, that are similar in nature to those that are subject of the original permit, as may be necessary to make findings. We're asking you to make two adjustments to this sentence that are shown up there. One is the insertion of the comma between compliance and the word and, followed by the comma that comes after facilities, and that is to clarify that when we look at compliance records, they are independent of looking at records of major incidents. Therefore, if we are searching for recurring incidents of noncompliance, whether or not they resulted in a major incident. We're also asking deletion of the word original. That got included in the motion. However, we would like to specify that we have some circumstances where current permits have been modified significantly since the original permit. A good example is the Lompoc oil processing facility that has been modified to include gas processing as well. Simply, we would want to make sure we were referring to the permit as it is currently. Then we would like to add one sentence. We came up with this sentence in our working group with industry. We shared it with stakeholders with the Environmental Coalition. I think everybody is on board with this sentence for additional clarification. It reads, these records shall be used to provide sufficient assurance that the proposed operator does not reflect a record of non-compliant or unsafe operations systemic in nature for similar facilities to those being considered for operatorship. And point here being, someone may have, any operator may have a major incident. What's important is that they take corrective actions to prevent its recurrence. Same with compliance. They may have an issue at one facility with non-compliance, that they may go in, they may find that it may be a particular employee that's not living up to company policy, and so they make appropriate adjustments to resolve that issue. If we see those kind of actions, that's good news for us, and so we would not want to hold them responsible in a negative sense for such corrective action. Madam Chair, that is the end of our presentation. I would like you to know that we have not been able to meet industry all the way. They still have concerns, and I believe they had submit a short letter to you noting that some of their concerns with this particular section still remain outstanding. However, we do think that the additions that we have come up with helps clarify our intent and the implementation of this ordinance should it go forward and be approved. And we're here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Request to speak?
No, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair.
Let's see. Let me flip through these.
Thank you and good morning. I will be brief. I'm speaking on behalf of the Environmental Defense Center. We've commented on this ordinance over the last year or so, and we support the ordinance as presented by staff this morning. We want to compliment the county on taking leadership on this very important issue. As you know, over the last 5 to 10 years, a lot of our local facilities have changed hands in terms of both ownership and operation of the facilities, and it has raised serious questions for both the county as well as industry and the public. We feel that this ordinance addresses all of those questions that is important to adopt to protect public health and safety as well as the environment. We especially want to thank your staff for working so diligently with industry and the public to come up with the clarifying language discussed this morning, and we hope that you will adopt this ordinance, and we look forward to it being used as a model for other communities around the state as well. Thank you.
Thank you. No other requests to speak?
No,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay, then back to the board. Supervisor
Move
Schwartz?
adoption on first reading.
Okay. A motion by Supervisor Schwartz?
Sorry, what was the motion again? That was too
To
fast. for me.
adopt on first reading
Re-adopt the first reading?
with
Oh.
the changes,
Oh,
with the changes presented.
I got
by
it,
the-
okay.
All right, I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Rose. Comments to the motion? Roll call.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Gray?
I'm voting aye this time. I think that the changes are very helpful and they make sense to me, and I thank the staff for the work that they've done on that.
Mr. Urbanski?
Aye.
Ms. Marshall?
Aye. Okay, on to item number,
Madam Chair, if I could ask for one more motion, a continuance
Oh,
of this
sorry,
hearing to
Mr.
April
Anderson.
Continue this
16th
to
so we
April
can conduct the
16th.
That's right.
second.
So moved. April 16th?
They could,
Madam
Continue
Chair.
for second reading?
you could
Does
just make
that
that a
need to
part.
be a hearing, or
that can be a part of the...
You could just make that a part of the
of
original
the
motion if
original
you'd like.
motion.
does it need to
That's-
be a hearing or it needs to be heard?
It'll be on the departmental agenda, but it would just be agendized for 5 minutes just for a second reading.
Okay,
And if the
so,
maker of the motion and the seconder would accept that as a part of the original
Oh,
motion, we can set
Agreed.
that.
good, okay, excellent. Okay, now we'll move on to item number 3.
Madam Chair, members of the board, item number 3 is from the county administrator and is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 5-year capital improvement program.
I could just start, Madam Chair, members of the board. We have in front of you this morning discussion of the 5-year capital improvement program. Mr. Masuda from our office will take the lead in coordinating it. We also have representatives from Public Works, Parks, and General Services who will be part of the presentation. With that, and with your permission, I would turn it over to Mr. Masuda.
Oh, jeez. What? Shrek? Oh, jeez. Do we need a 5-minute break here? Okay, let's have a 5-minute break. Holy smokes. Good. Thought we had a clerk. I think we need a clerk to get started. I was premature. Here he comes. We did read the item? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, then I'm just hanging out here, aren't I? Mr. Masuda.
I'm going to be making a brief overview presentation of the capital improvement program for the County of Santa Barbara for fiscal years 2002-3 through fiscal year 2006-7. This capital improvement program, we often call it the CIP.
I'm
The
sorry,
one we're-
Mr. Masuda, let me just stop you just for a second, because I want to understand how I can relate the book to the public works slides, to the park slides, but we don't have your slides, right?
That's true.
We don't have your presentation, okay.
Right.
All right. Then, and there's no place I can go to in the book to start and sort of track along, you're just going to give an overview?
That's right.
Okay.
I'm just going to give an overview. It's kind of a summary of the county administrative
Good.
message page.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Right. So the capital improvement program, the one that's before you, includes 246 projects. costing $592 million over the 5-year period beginning in fiscal year 2002-2003. It includes funded and unfunded projects so that we can get an idea of the total need for capital projects over the 5-year period. We consider this to be a comprehensive plan in that it includes not just public works or not just county buildings, but also parks projects, affordable housing projects, and it also includes for the county some of our major systems improvements. We update the CIP every year. One of the illustrations in the CIP is this one right here, and it sometimes people wonder, well, where do all the projects in the capital improvement program come from? And you'll see that most of these projects are initiated based on various board-approved long-range plans. Some of these plans include things like the community plans, like the Orchid Community Plan, and in future years, they're probably for the implementation of plans that you are currently considering, like the Santa Ynez Valley Plan and the Isla Vista Master Plan. Will have projects that will show up in either like the Public Works or the Parks section of the CIP. We're currently working on county facilities plans, which when completed will guide the development of new county buildings on our various campuses. One important additional element is the general plan, and especially the land use, the circulation, and the housing elements. These play a key role in determining what projects we will initiate, and then of course the Planning Commission reviews the public works projects for consistency and lets you know that the specific projects that are proposed are consistent with your intent when you adopted these various long-range plans. So to kind of summarize again, we have 246 projects. 47 of these projects are new. Over the 5-year period, $235 million are funded, $357 million are unfunded, and in fiscal year 2002-2003, we have $73 million in funded projects and $40.8 million unfunded. And details on each of these projects is available in the CIP document, which you have. I might comment that what we have done is we've removed all of the City of Goleta projects from the CIP since they are now an incorporated city. They would have added about $6.8 million to the fiscal year 2002-2003 total if they had remained, if that portion of the Goleta Valley had remained in the county. This just illustrates the funded and unfunded projects over the 5-year
Excuse me,
Mr.
Mr.
Masuda,
Supervisor Rose.
Of the, when you said you removed the Goleta projects, were some of those funded?
There are some projects
That had been funded.
that would have been funded by the county.
Okay, and what happened with those dollars? Where are we going with those dollars?
I think I'll ask Public Works
Okay,
if they
that's
could
a good.
respond
They all went
to
to the
that.
3rd district.
I hope not. All right, thank you.
Okay. So these are this is a slide showing the funded and unfunded project amounts by fiscal year. I wanted to just briefly note that in fiscal year 2005-06, that large amount of unfunded, that large unfunded column there includes the North County Jail, and for $82 million. And as we noted in the county administrator's letter, based on the financial capacity study that was done in 1999, we only have about $49 million in available debt capacity for all projects between now and June 30th of 2008. So that, we don't have the capacity to build an $82 million North County Jail in terms of using our debt capacity without an additional funding source like we tried with the quarter-cent, half-cent sales tax. So we will need to be looking at alternatives to this, perhaps phasing the North County Jail project. If we can
Supervisor
get the-
Schwartz.
Mr. Masuda.
If we can get it, you know, assuming we can find a suitable land for the project, we don't have the financial capacity to build a total $82 million jail within the 5-year period.
I have a question about the North County Jail, but going back to Supervisor Rose's question regarding the projects within the Goleta Incorporated area, we have one new project here, Station 10 in Western Goleta. This is a fire, it's from the fire department. And my question is this: why does this show up in our plan?
Well, the fire...
I understand that the fire department is going to service under contract the city of Goleta. Is that correct?
It's not a contract. The fire department did not detach it's not a contract like the contract for public works or the contract for parks. The fire department remains the entity that will provide fire protection
Okay, that's the
for the city
district
of
for
Goleta.
the new city area.
Right.
But why does this show up in our plan then? That's one thing I don't understand.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, again, the new city of Goleta did not detach from the fire district, and the fire district still has facilities within the new city of Goleta that are not, those properties were excluded from properties being transferred to the new city.
So whose obligation, I guess that's the basic question.
Whose
obligation is it, say, to provide this new fire station and personnel to operate it?
The obligation is the fire districts, to the degree that they were going to do this before. It changes nothing with a new city being incorporated.
And who funds it?
The fire district, again, is responsible for this, and it's funded from the property taxes that the fire district receives as well, now that the general fund is providing a greater contribution to the fire department. It could end up partially being funded from the general fund.
And so what is the city of Goleta's fiscal obligation with regards to this?
The city of Goleta's fiscal obligation to the fire district is none. Again, they did not detach from the fire district, so the fire district is still responsible, just like the case of Buellton. When Buellton became a city, they too did not detach from the fire district, and so the fire district continued to be responsible for providing
I understand the responsibility. I don't understand the lack of fiscal contribution for the service.
If I could, perhaps might be helpful. As I understand it, the residents of the fire district pay property taxes that go to support the expenditures of the fire district. Some of those people live in the city of Goleta, some live within the county, some live in the city of Buellton. They all pay taxes that go to the fire district. So the people, in a sense, within the district are funding the district. Your board continues to be responsible or jurisdictional body of the fire district, responsible to provide policy direction relative to that.
To the extent that property tax revenues are insufficient to fund the fire district, as they currently are, and no doubt will continue to be, and general fund contributions are required, there are no general fund contributions then made by the participating cities. Is that right? It's the county general fund that's obligated to provide an adequate level of service within the incorporated areas. Is that right? Is that what I hear?
That is exactly my understanding, however, that adequate level of service will be defined by the governing body.
And the governing body is?
The Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, well, I don't think we'll provide a lower level of public service to individuals because of where they live. If that's our responsibility, that's going to be our cost. So the concluding statement is, and it's probably going to come as news to a lot of people, that really the county general fund is going to have to supplement services within the cities of Goleta and Buellton to to the extent that local property tax revenues to the district are inadequate.
Madam
what I
Chair,
hear?
Supervisor Schwartz, that's absolutely correct. And
Okay. Now, I had another question regarding the North County Jail principally and some of these other North County capital projects, but the jail obviously is the biggest ticket item. We have a movement to split the county. Not sure who to address this question to, maybe Mr. LaPlante. And obviously, the conclusion of that effort is unknown at this time. But in order for the county to be prudent in terms of the investment that we make in North County capital projects, how should we be considering the county split effort in terms of deferring consideration to see what the outcome of that is? Because any investment that we make now will be a continuing, as I understand it, fiscal obligation for us, particularly if we finance these big ticket items.
Your understanding is it coincides with mine as to the obligations, as to what arrangements may or may not be made if a new county is formed, as to who would be responsible to continue those payments if they're financed. That's a question. As to whether or not the new county is formed is a question. And our office is working with other departments to try and at least get a range of questions, if you would, if not, there are more questions than there are answers, as I believe was indicated to your board in the first presentation we provided as to county formation. We would continue to work on those issues and continue to apprise your board and make determinations as your board determines appropriate. But to my knowledge, Mr. Brown's here, probably better able to provide that an answer than I. We do not have a specific policy as it regards what we're going to do or not do to finance issues, whether they be capital issues or program issues in the North County vis-a-vis the potential formation.
Well, Mr. Brown, it would seem to me before we commit, particularly if there's a project that needs financing and debt obligation which will incur to the present county of Santa Barbara and continue to be a debt for Santa Barbara County, as we understand it, regardless of the split. I think before we actually take action in appropriating any such funds, we need to understand that better. And perhaps with the work that you're doing internally, you can begin to give us a better picture of that.
Mr. Brown?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, that's right. It would be prudent if this comes forward to examine policy options and bring them to the board. We have a number of things. We just sold $30-some odd million of certificates of participation to construct a new juvenile hall in the city of Santa Maria, expanded county courthouse in the city of Santa Maria, a number of other things that would, of course you have the road program that's obviously county-wide.
Well, yeah, that goes without saying, but I wasn't thinking of roads, really. But as we go through general services and public works and parks, I think we all need to be mindful of this. We have a finite amount of limited debt. It would not even be sufficient to cover the costs of building a North County jail. We have the Santa Maria Juvenile Hall facility, which in itself is expensive. But if we were to commit all of our existing debt capacity to North County projects and the county split were to be successful, I just ask everyone to think about that future, what that eventuality would look like.
I think we need to look at that policy on the jail. And as you recall from the attempt to go to the voters and finance it, beyond the capital costs and any debt, the big expenditure is the ongoing expenditure to staff it, which is a recurring expenditure that goes on and grows forever.
Yeah, well, and debt repayment is an ongoing cost too.
And that's the
Yes, Supervisor Rose.
I just wanted to go back to Supervisor Schwartz's discussion on the fire department. If I understood her correctly, she was looking at the issue, I think, of a new station that would service the city of Goleta, and trying to reconcile that with the fact that they are a new city and we're a fire district, and they perhaps might not be supporting it tax-wise, but I think we had a discussion about it's a district-wide situation. I just wanted to make a comment that I don't see this as a subsidy for the city of Goleta. As we all know, and as we all define fire service, it really is district-wide, county-wide, mutual aid and all that. And what I would expect would happen out of this, that it will improve, the development of such a station will improve service countywide and allow us to service not just the city of Goleta. So I just wanted to make a statement about that. I mean, I understand that it could be seen as something that the city of Goleta should be providing more support for, but in fact, the taxpayers will be doing that. And this will enhance the service that we have countywide.
Well, the only point I was making, and I'm not in any way not supportive of going forward with this new station as needed. The only point I was making, as we try to understand the fiscal contributions of various entities throughout the county, is that as we need to tap the general fund to keep the fire district operating at a level that we feel is a safe, provides a level of safety that our citizens are entitled to, that county taxpayers other than those who live within the city of Goleta will be paying that extra amount of money for what's needed above and beyond property taxes in order to provide this service. That's all I'm saying. I think we are all in the same lifeboat, but I just want that, I want to make my own concerns clear to that.
Madam Chair, I think it's true what Supervisor Rose said on the operational side, is you get the seamless operation.
That was the point I was trying to make.
Work better, but I think on the revenue side, what Supervisor Schwartz says is right. That is, to the extent that the cost of operating the fire department exceeds the amount of property tax which comes from the so-called fire district. That money must come from other local general revenues. The general property tax, that is the property tax that's not allocated to the fire district, the sales tax, the TOT, and the VLF. And as more and more land is annexed to cities or cities incorporate, and that money therefore is going to the cities and not the county, it becomes a problem and does result in a local county general fund subsidy to the fire protection of those municipalities. Now, it may have been that when we negotiated the revenue neutrality agreement, we should have captured that and said although it's a neutrality agreement, so it means that any enhanced services might be the subject of negotiation with the cities that are affected by it.
Mr. Brown, I have a
those
question.
would be incremental services above and beyond what was neutral.
Supervisor Rose.
Yeah,
then I
just a
think we
quick
better let
question.
Mr.
Does that,
Masuda
yeah, sorry,
proceed.
Ken. Does that mean, in this discussion, am I hearing what you're saying is that we who live in unincorporated areas are paying a greater amount for fire service than residents of cities?
No.
Okay, I wanted to be clear about that.
Doesn't necessarily mean that.
Okay.
It means that
No, I understand the general fund subsidy part, of course, and that will grow, but I wanted to be clear about that point.
you might have less money to allocate to parks or to public works
Well,
or
that's
to
a-
health or something,
Okay, that-
since it's going to fire.
Yeah, I understand that. That's a different issue. I was just trying to get clear whether you were trying to say that cities were paying less than the county residents.
Well, I want to say it is a related issue, because the extent to which unincorporated residents have their services reduced in other areas in order to meet these general fund contributions, then yes, they are paying for that.
Supervisor Urbanski?
I'm assuming that most of this, on B16, I'm referring to Station 10, which Supervisor Schwartz did, that the great bulk of this is going to be financed by developer fees. Now, I'm assuming that the fire district encompasses a lot more than Goleta, the city of Goleta, but if we have developer fees, they have to go into like an escrow account and they're dedicated to certain things. And what happens on that? Does that mean that all the fees collected in the city of Goleta have to go into this particular fire station, or how do we, what is the legal problem that we get into here? Anybody have any
Madam
information?
Chair, Supervisor Urbanski, one of the items in one of the contracts that we will have with the city of Goleta will specifically address the developer fees, because again, under the when the city incorporated, they had to approve all of the county's current ordinances and rules and regulations, and developer fees for that matter. One of our developer fees goes to the fire department. I believe it's one of the AB 1600 fees, goes to the fire department to assist in replacing equipment, major equipment, and or make capital improvements to those areas. And one of the provisions we will have in a contract with the city of Goleta is that they will continue to provide those fees to the fire district for their intended purposes, even though the fees will now be collected within the new city.
Okay, can we proceed?
This next slide, we know that we all have concerns about next year's budget, and what this slide summarizes are the discretionary general fund amounts proposed in the capital improvement program for fiscal year 2002-2003. We have $500,000 for road maintenance. There's $2 million total for building and park maintenance that we've divided up, or we propose would go $1,550,000 to building maintenance in general services and $450,000 for park maintenance. And then we have $300,000 in here for the Garden Street parking structure, and this money is from the general fund capital designation that you've approved in the last 2 years. That is 2000, 2001, and 2001, 2002. We have not in the proposed CIP allocated any of the money that, according to budget principles, we would put into the general fund capital designation for 2002-2003. So today's presentations will include presentations from Public Works. Public Works has about half of all the projects and half of all the project costs in the CIP. Parks will talk about public park, open space, and trails acquisition, development, and maintenance. General Services will talk about county building projects that it manages, and other projects that are currently unfunded, and also talk about deferred building maintenance funding. There will be several actions we'll ask you to take. I believe you have received as a late distribution report from the Planning Commission in terms of consistency of the Public Works projects with the comprehensive plan, and we will ask you to approve all of the projects in the CIP in concept. I believe this is the first year we had to divide out the Goleta projects from the county projects, and there's one parks project that's in here that you might have noted is actually in the city of Goleta. That was just one error on our part, so we would ask you to approve all these projects, and there's one project that got in there by accident. In summary, the projects implemented adopted plans and strategies that your board have adopted, and completed projects, equal our successes in implementing the capital improvement program. The gap between needs and available funding, those are our challenges in terms of how to provide the funding for these projects, and And you'll notice from year to year that some of these projects roll over because we don't have funding, but they might appear in a future year with funding. And in closing this introduction, I'd like to thank the departments who participated in this effort, especially the departments that will be making presentations today. Also to your board, credit for directing us to have a 5-year capital improvement program, and also to Mike Brown and to Scott Ellery for initially putting this process in place.
Thank you, Mr. Masuda. Mr. Demery, are you next?
Yes, I believe so. As Mr. Masuda departs and Mike Parker can come up to the computer, we'll load our presentation. Mike Allen, I think, has provided you with a copy of our slides. I know it seems like there'll be about a 2-hour presentation. I think I have 20 minutes, but I'll make it seem like it's 2 hours. Capital improvement project presentations tend to be a little bit on the boring side. We'll try to make it go by as quick as we can. This is a 5-year capital improvement program covering July 1st of this year through June 30th of 2007. Go ahead, Mike. Our plan in Public Works represents a total of $318 million. 3 of the large operational divisions I'll go into in more detail. First, I'd like to cover those small slivers at the bottom part of your screen. One is land, building, and facilities. First, for $2.2 million. This is one of those examples Supervisor Schwartz mentioned. This is totally unfunded. It was for providing facilities in our North County, expanding our corporate yard, allowance for office spaces. You may or may not know we have office space for professionals in the northern part of our county, trying to make use of better housing costs. We use it as a recruiting and retention capability in our North County. Obviously, if this were if the county were to be split, this would not be a project we would want to pursue. So when we put the 5-year plan together, that was prior to any thoughts of a county split. So we'd be monitoring these projects, particularly this one, such that we wouldn't have that outlay of expenditures until we knew the final resolution.
Supervisor Schwartz.
Mr. Demery, I think this is the project on page B116. Is it the Public Works Service Center?
Yes,
I mean,
yes it is.
But this chart says that you would begin work on this next fiscal year.
We'd be doing the design, but you know, I don't even know if we'd be wanting to spend the $200,000 for design next year without resolution. So this is just an example of some of the projects that may be in here that would require debt financing, that we wouldn't want to spend any money without knowing the resolution of the issue. By the way, the City of Goleta projects have all been removed from our portion of the capital plan, and we'd be going back to the City of Goleta sometime between now and the end of this fiscal year to see whether or not what their interest would be in adopting a capital improvement plan for them. Moving on, we do have a major maintenance allocation of $600,000. That's also one of those small slivers. This is primarily for a deck seal on all of our bridges. What I'd like to do is concentrate our presentation on the 3 main operational divisions of our department, that being water resources, that you could see is a $31 million expenditure, solid waste, which is a $42 million expenditure, and by far the largest, that being transportation, which is a $242 million expenditure. Next one. First, begin by talking about the water resources division. You have the major portion of this covered by what we refer to as the channel improvements for $23 million. Then basin construction, $5 million. Storm drain construction, $1.3 million. We separated one large project in Carpentria, referred to the Salt Marsh Enhancement Project, $1.2 million. Then equipment replacement for just under $1 million. Channel improvements. Keep going, Mike. The largest one, that being the Mission Creek project. It's flooded a couple of times, both in '95 and '98. This just shows an example of some of the flooding. Huge amount of flooding. This is, I believe, along Brio, right here. A lot of damage to some of those storefront properties. We've been working for a long time trying to get a project in the lower Mission Creek area since about 1969. It looks like it's moving forward. We have a planned project with 50% financed by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We hope to have this project in place by about fiscal year 2006. The mode of transportation was there by boat, much easier than by cars. This individual probably got sick. Few people that went into the water ended up contracting hepatitis because of the sewage outflow. Mission Creek project has limits as shown here. It's about 1.5 miles. Keep moving through this, Mike. Here's a section, what it'll look like. There's a concrete stem wall. It'll be all natural bottom and landscaped on the banks. Much different than the 69 proposal, which was going to be all concrete. Next. Here's another example of a channel improvements. This is in the North County. This is along Blosser Channel, where it's been asphalt lined. This shows in the flooding we've had in the past. We're going to take that asphalt lining out and replace it with concrete. The city is going to be making some culvert improvements as well. This also shows a section of that line. Next. Then basin construction. It's $5 million. Here's an example of some of the types of basins. These are located in your capital improvement plan pages B184 to 191. G and H are actually identified as J and I. These are all the regional basins that will be built by developers. The purpose is to attenuate any flood peaks within the Orchid area. Next. We also have other types of basins that will be constructed as part of this plan. This one is to control sedimentation near the freeway along 101. This shows the identification. There's been various flooding events along 101 attributed to the fact that the silt has plugged up all the storm drain culverts at 101 and flooded over the freeway. The sedimentation basin will minimize that sediment from traveling downstream. That's on page B183. Carp Marsh enhancement project is $1.2 million. This is another one of those federal projects been around for a long time. We're trying to improve tidal circulation within 3 basins as shown right here for environmental purposes. Next. We also need to reestablish some of the drainage ways and make channel improvements as shown here. It's at the confluence of 2 creeks in Carpentria. And then in terms of just the flood control project, we need to preserve our ability through permitting to maintain those 2 proposed sections of the channel when the project's completed. That project's $1.2 million in the plan, again on page B193. equipment replacement. This actually appears in each one of our operation budgets. In water resources, it amounts to about a little under $1 million. For this next fiscal year, we're proposing to purchase a water truck and excavator next month. Solid waste and utilities, this portion in the capital improvement plans, just under $42 million, consists of landfill expansion, the largest portion of the plan. Also, you see equipment replacement, Laguna sanitation improvements, landfill improvements, closed landfills, and transfer station improvements. Next. The landfill expansion, that's $22.6 million. $22 million is unfunded. This is kind of a worst case scenario. The regulating agencies have a big impact on how quickly these monies are spent. If it's such that we are to move on to the back canyon area, if that project gets approved, we'll have to put in significant amounts of money associated with aligning earlier rather than later. We're of the belief that we won't have to put in liners till about the year 2008, so much of this expense would be deferred. What you'd be looking at in terms of paying for an unfunded portion of the expansion would be would amount to about 80 some odd cents per month per resident as part of their bills for collection, or if we were to debt finance, which would be the highest probability of being in the neighborhood of $1.20 a month per resident. Next. You've seen this schematic before, the landfill expansion. You're going to see it this summer when we come to your board for certification of the landfill. This is the expansion. We're looking at two projects, one we call the front canyon and one we call the back canyon expansion. Even the back canyon expansion requires some filling over the existing footprint. Next. Moving on to equipment replacement. That's shown on B209. It's $8.2 million. We utilized variety of heavy equipment at both our transfer stations and our landfills. We are looking at trying to minimize some of these costs near term, as we've been before you previously on some of the fiscal constraints we have associated with this division. Next. Laguna sanitation improvements, those are listed on pages B215 through 219, amounts to $6.9 million, the largest of which is our Brinex project. This is a project that Laguna sanitation whereby we're treating the waste by reverse osmosis in combination with the ultraviolet disinfection. It's kind of a cutting edge technology. We spent a lot of money already. The project total is about $13.5 million, and as part of this plan, we only have another $3.5 million.
Can I ask a question?
Supervisor Schwartz?
Phil, what happens to this district in the event of a county split?
Good question. I really don't know. I think there'd have to be some, obviously they'd have to take over the operation. But, you know, it's probably somewhat premature at this time as to who would take it over, whether or not the city would be annexed to the city of Santa Maria or a new county or whatever. I just don't know.
Madam
Supervisor
Chairperson.
Gray?
Where are we in the process on this? I understood that Laguna San was kind of close to being finished, and I think
Yeah. Well, you know, there are actually three different aspects. One is getting the reverse osmosis units in ultraviolet disinfection. But you also have to take the treated effluent, and we're having to develop a transportation system to convey that treated water to the airport and other areas for recycling purposes. And then you also have to, you have the leg where you have to collect the sewage from the new Orchid or new developments in Orchid to the treatment facility. So we have 3 separate projects associated with this. We've built the collection facility to the new Orchid area. We're almost completed with the Brinex project, which is the treatment, as well as the effluent to the injection wells. But what we haven't completed yet is the transportation of recycled water to the golf course. And we hope by the first of this next year, January, February, we'll be much further on, such that by this time next year we'll be totally completed and accepting sewage. Next. Transfer station improvements, that's shown on B222, or excuse me, B220, 221. It's about $600,000. All it is a reconstruction of the access road to the transfer station. I don't know if you can see it from this slide. There's been a lot of subsidence of that road because that trash is actually underneath that road, associated of being an old landfill. We also want to make improvements to the tipping floor, and you can just barely see that on the photo underneath the access road on the slide. Next, please. Now we move on to the biggest expenditure for our department, that being our transportation division, $242.4 million, the largest of which is in preventive maintenance, which is $184.5 million. Then we have traffic improvements of $19.3 million. We have structural rehabilitation and replacement at $19.1 million. Roadway improvements, $9.3 million. Bike lanes, $9.3 million. And we still have some lingering storm damage projects from the 98 storms at 1 million. Next. Preventive maintenance, we'll look at that in more detail. We have a funded portion and an unfunded portion of preventive maintenance. Preventive maintenance projects consist of all of our culverts, concrete, pavement, and bridges. We have funding for about $49 million. The unfunded portion is $136.5 million. This just shows you some of our overlay activities associated with that preventive maintenance. Next. Traffic improvements. Traffic improvements appear on pages B169 to 181. It's $19.3 million. We also have a funded and unfunded section of this as well. The largest portion of unfunded is associated with a traffic management center. This is a project we received some FTIP money in this new cycle. The idea behind the traffic management center is such that we could receive a live video transmission from traffic signals, such that we can take real-time counts of traffic, monitor speeds, be able to obtain vehicle classifications for each of our road segments. We could manually adjust signal lighting and traffic patterns remotely from a management center. You can do all kinds of things. You could almost set up emergency access where they could even bypass all your signals. We think that this is the future, and again, most of the unfunded portion of this category is associated with that management center.
Mr. Demery, can I just ask you a question? On your traffic calming and your traffic signals, and there's some items like that, and the comment is portions may fall within the city of Goleta. So you don't have this says to me that you don't have specific areas that you're planning to implement these. It's just somewhere in the Goleta planning area.
No, actually, we tried to identify most of the areas in traffic calming. Traffic calming, we put up a kind of a money sum, and those we haven't defined the exact locations, and I think that's why it was referred to. Maybe some of those may have been in the city. Obviously, with the city being incorporated now, that amount of money is going to be used only in the unincorporated area.
And the same with traffic signals. Then you must. I would assume that you would have certain traffic signals.
Well, we do have
identified.
it on the traffic signals, the locations.
Okay. Supervisor Bansky?
I just wonder about a traffic center. That's one of the big issues in Santa Maria, where to put the traffic center, where they have the Greyhound, the CCAT bus that comes in from San Luis, all the local SMAP buses and all that, and they've had a big difficult time figuring out where to put that. Right now it's stationed at the mall, but they've sort of outgrown that, and then they picked another part pretty close. And it seems to me that's a big issue in Goleta, because if we don't do that, we go back to what we said yesterday about the deficiency, the 101 deficiency that used to be at the Milpas to Ventura, but yesterday I think Mike Powers said that it's also to the west side, and I guess there's a clog in the traffic or deficiency located in the Goleta area then on 101, and so we need transit to maybe to get the transit independent people off the buses. Is there a plan to put a transit center in Goleta, in that area, or the old town, or wherever?
Yeah, there has been some discussions. Yeah, in fact, I think at one time where they were looking at maybe out of Camino Real, they're looking at a transit center. But I think, you know, we're constantly faced with this challenge whereby the population doesn't necessarily want to see road widening. They want us to maximize our efficiency of the existing road system. And I think that's why the multi-mode focus is in place today, and you see it through SBCAG, but you also see the importance of the traffic management center to try to gain maximum efficiency of the corridor that you have.
Well, you know, it goes beyond the money. I mean, it's a question of how much it costs to widen and so forth, but when I first got this job, the big thing was to get Cathedral Oaks through. We get Cathedral Oaks with all the missing links, and now people want to cut the traffic speeds down. They don't want to see fast traffic through there, and even though we came up with the money to finish the missing links, it still doesn't get the job done. Maybe there needs to be some other way of looking at this. And
well, it's certainly a challenge, and everyone has their own opinion, and it's hard sometimes in neighborhood groups to get a consensus. And on Cathedral Oaks, you know, that's something we've really tried to do, is try to get a consensus. What it led up to on Cathedral Oaks is that we wrote new legislation to be able to reduce speeds.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right. Once you make it easier for the traveling public, then you have other conflicts associated with traffic safety and pedestrian rights of way, bike lanes, and so forth.
Now, when we talk about intelligent transportation systems, I'm wondering if we don't have somewhere in the future some kind of programs that show us how to get at this, how many people we could move by, get off the road with carpools, by transit, by bike lanes, and all that sort of stuff. Because it seems to me like we're kind of shooting in the dark with this. We figure we put a bike lane in it, somebody will use it, but we're not really sure if any of the commuters will really use that. And same with transit. We put in transit lines, and well, that's fine, but maybe these are all transit dependent people anyway, and we wouldn't get the transit independent people off the line. And TDMs, how many people can we, I remember once you had something where you told us that you could, if you cut down the SOVs, that you could put one lane back in, and how many buses it would take to offset the number of SOVs and so forth. I don't know if they still have those kind of numbers, or maybe you get a program that would look at all that sort of stuff and make some long-range planning, other than just how much money we're going to spend. Because number one, we haven't got the money to spend anyway, as we can see. And number two, even if we had the money, we're not sure that it would solve the problem.
Well, for some of this stuff, we obviously see a need because we constantly have to come to grips with, do we widen or do we come up with other modes that people will utilize to commute? And some of that requires some social behavior changes.
Yeah.
You know, but everybody supports alternative transportation, everybody. Some support it just because it's a way in which the guy driving next to them will have a chance to do something else because they have no intention themselves of changing. And that is what we really have to get after. We have to change the behavior of the public to get them out of their car, to look at carpools, to look at transit, to look at another way to commute. And our failure to change those behaviors are going to result in huge traffic congestion problems, both South County and North County. And I don't think the majority of the population today that we interact with want the road widenings that you see in Orange County and San Fernando Valley and LA areas. Most of the people that we interact with moved from those areas to get away from that quality of life.
I don't even think we've gotten to the first step of performance-based objectives of things like how many people will the bike path take off, or how many will transit shuttles take off, or whatever. I don't even think we're at that point where we can even quantify those things or even talk about them. I haven't heard anybody talk much about this. I mean, Supervisor Gray always brought this up. Well, how many people, when you build this bike path and spend $10 million or $3 million or whatever, how many people are you going to get off the roads? Well, we don't talk about that. We just build it, right? And so I don't think that. I think that's the first thing we need to do.
Should I go on?
Yes, please.
Okay. Next, Mike. This is listed as structural R&R. This essentially bridges, bridge rehabilitation and replacement. We have two segments. It's, as you can see, it's predominantly funded. Most of this money comes from federal funds through what we call the Highway Bridge Rehabilitation Replacement Funds. We're in pretty good shape when it comes to some of our bridges. Here's just a couple of examples of past projects. One of the remaining categories we haven't talked about are roadway improvements. These are the types of projects that in which we can widen, we realign. A lot of our widenings are to accommodate bike lanes. But the greatest amount of money that we're seeing in this category is for the Union Valley Parkway extension. Our county portion that is funded through the CIP is from California, or excuse me, from Hummel to 135, and then the city of Santa Maria is responsible from 135 to California streets. Next. This just shows a completed project in the past where we widened and restriped to accommodate Class 2 bike paths. The next category is our bike lanes, 9.3 million. These numbers are actually incorrect. Our funded portion is 5.7 million. Our unfunded portion is 3.6 million. And here, the next slide just shows a happy bicycle riders, excuse me. And next slide, this shows Maria Ignacio completed bike lane. And just to let you know, we're here to answer any questions. I would like to give credit to several of the people in our division that put this thing together for our department, some of which you may or may not have met before. James Mars is the engineer manager in transportation. John Fry, engineer manager in water resources. Melba Cragen, engineer manager in solid waste.
Very good. Good presentation. Thank you very
Mike
much.
Parker is, are you the donkey or the lawn person?
Shrek.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Briggs, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members. I'm going to take a little bit different approach from Phil. I want to take your board on a retrospective tour of park projects in progress and completed this year, as well as look prospectively at what we've got planned for next year. And
Good.
we'll move through these at a fairly rapid pace, unlike
Good.
my wordy
Thank you.
cohort here. I also want to conclude my presentation with just a glance at the unfunded park projects by supervisorial district. We'll get loaded here just for a second. It should be on the desktop, right?
So where are you in the book while we're doing this?
We are
So B something.
B69.
B69.
Okay. So next slide then. We have a listing here of close to $500,000 in park projects completed this year. They're countywide. They're all from non-general fund sources. And so I'm just going to take you through these briefly. The first one is the Bradbury Dam. The Bradbury Dam overlook paving improvements, and this was funded with a T grant and also funding from the Bureau of Reclamation. And it helped us improve the Bradbury Dam overlook by resurfacing the parking area, pole cross fencing, replaced the rock maze that was in place to control traffic circulation. We also are in the process of putting a new vault-type restroom building there that will replace the porta potties.
When is that going to open?
That is anticipated to open in May.
Great, thank you.
I know it's anxiously awaited. The next project that was completed was the Manning Annex pedestrian bridge. This project was funded with FEMA funds, and it provides access from Sandy Cedar Road into the lower Manning Park area. The previous bridge was eroded during the 1998 El Nino events. The creek high flows eroded the bridge abutment. This was a rather lengthy project. This is a multi-year project, even though a small one, because of the FEMA reimbursement project and also the regulatory issues with working in a riparian corridor. Our next project is a project on the county-owned parcels at Moore Mesa open space, and it's an erosion control and habitat restoration effort. This is an AB 1431 funded program, and we're currently removing the non-native invasive plant materials out there and working to expand the oak woodland, as well as installing water bars along the main trail system to prevent the erosion. This project your board heard just last month and approved. This was a planning study, a long-term shoreline restoration and erosion management plan for Goleta Beach. It was fully funded by AB 1431, and the plan that your board approved will provide us guidance and set priorities for beach nourishment and park facility protection into the future. With this plan in place, we can expect to see projects appearing in the CIP on an annual basis in order to implement some of the strategies identified in this plan. We received CRUF funding this year to replace lifeguard towers at Arroyo Burro, Goleta Beach, and Halama Beach. These were sorely needed, aged and decayed towers, and are expected to be in service by this summer. We were able to take a combination of in-house staff labor and Quimby funds and donations to build our very first county dog park.
and this is in Waller Park in Santa Maria. It was a 2.5-acre undeveloped plot of land in the rear of Waller Park, and is now converted into a grassy play enclosure area for dogs off lead.
Supervisor Schwartz?
Ms. Briggs, as I know you're aware, I've had inquiries from constituents regarding the possibility of locating a site for off-leash dog park in South County, and I just wondered whether anyone in your department has had a chance yet to begin to look at that.
We have, and we worked with Wolf Pack, which is the North County equivalent of Santa Barbara Dog Pack. There was the South Coast constituency. We've met with Dog Pack, Santa Barbara Dog Pack. We've toured them at this facility. We have planned a meeting on a potential site on the South Coast coming up, and we'll see if there's community support to build a similar facility on the South Coast.
Appreciate if you could keep my office posted on.
Supervisor
I wanted to just reinforce that, but do you have a site in mind yet?
We do, and it's in the
Location.
unincorporated Greater Goleta area currently, Kellogg area.
Keep me posted too, please.
The next project that we were pleased to see come online was the former 3.5-acre Cariaga Park was renamed and became a public park called Ocean View Park in Summerlin. This was a multi-year project working with the housing development adjacent to this area to build the facility, and County Parks will now maintain it. We'll move on to the deferred maintenance projects. See, these are the discretionary general funded projects that we completed this fiscal year. The first one, we completed the final phase of our safety improvements at Lake Los Caneros. That involved installation of some ladders along the face of the dam to help one pull themselves out of the water in the event that they should find themselves in the water. We found that it was slippery along the face of the dam, and it was the final phase. We had previously installed the pole-croft fencing that you can see in the slide, as well as some safety rings, buoys, and signage warning to take precaution of the area. So that completes that particular project. We also were able to complete the renovation of the Manning Youth Center. That was a $315,000 project, of which $173,000 was privately raised. The balance coming from the deferred maintenance program, and currently the youth center is being actively used by many youth organizations for recreational and educational programs. We were able to replace major play structures at the parks listed here. This was to meet current safety and ADA requirements. This is an annual program that we hope to continue. Under the county's energy efficiency initiative, we were able to install some antiquated pump systems up at Lake Kachuma, resulting in conservation and cost reduction. Then I thought, since you mentioned, and I thought it might come up, what were some of the projects that we completed this fiscal year, and there's one here that's listed, planned for next fiscal year, that benefited the city of Goleta. The Lake Los Caneros dam improvements, the Berkeley tennis court resurfacing, and the Santa Barbara Shores neighborhood play equipment were funded through general funds. There were two planning studies, one completed, the Santa Barbara Shores Park Preserve Master Plan, and then there's an open space habitat management plan that is identified for the same location that has been funded through this year's AB 1431 cycle. That particular grant will be administered by county parks, but the plan will be forwarded at the discretion of the new city. The next slide. Then looking forward for park projects that we anticipate to complete in the next fiscal year, we have also listed, most of the projects here are again grant funded. I've listed one there that is general fund. The paving projects at Miguelito Park and Mountain Falls appear here for next year because this was money that we received in the current fiscal years but was not able to actually complete the project. They'll go forward next fiscal year. Other than that, we have the Goleta Beach Pier pilings. We have some still dating back to the 1940s, original constructions that are rotting that need to be replaced, and we received an AB 1431 grant to accomplish that. We also have funding in place to restore the West Goleta Beach parking lots. Those were the major storm damaged areas, and also we anticipate being able to accommodate heavy equipment as we look at the beach nourishment projects in the future. And then coming out of the management plan, or management action from the carrying capacity study for Goleta Beach, we planned to install interpretive overlook decks, and again, that was a grant-funded opportunity. We have a grant opportunity, combination of grant opportunities, fully funding the Rincon day use improvements, which installs an irrigated lawn area, some family picnic sites, improves the walkways to ADA standards, and also allows us to do some planting and fencing along the bluff to help control some of the bluff top erosion from storm runoff and also public use. We have funding for the El Capitan bikeway extension. We continue to work segment by segment. This is a 1 mile portion that gets the bicycle traffic off the Highway 101 exit ramp. And then finally, we're going to proceed along with the Santa Claus Lane Beach Access Project. We have completed the topographic and boundary identification, and now we're moving on to design to permit access. This particular funding will develop engineering studies for a railroad overcrossing, a beach stairway to get across the existing rock revetment, public restrooms, parking, drainage improvements, and environmental assessment. There are 3 major joint agency park plans and projects that our staff will continue to support. They are the Rancho Guadalupe Dunes Master Plan. We're continuing to work with U.S. Fish and Wildlife on a habitat conservation plan to deal with the endangered species issue there, the plover habitat. We are working with the Bureau of Reclamation to go through a long-term management plan for Lake Achuma in anticipation of our management contract renewal with them. It's probably a 2-year process.
Where are we exactly on that? They did the scoping
They did the
hearings.
scoping meetings, and now the consultant is leaving a public comment open until May 8th, at
May
which time they'll start proceeding forward with the EIR document.
With the draft EIR.
That's right.
And that'll take,
Till the end of the calendar year.
okay.
And then they expect to have final adoption of the resource management plan by spring of next year.
Okay, thanks.
We're also providing staff support to the beach nourishment project headed by Beacon, and that's the offshore dredging project at Goleta Beach. Next slide. We have a number of recommended or proposed deferred maintenance projects. The $450,000 allocation that is recommended this year, and it starts with the continuation of the annual playground equipment upgrades. This year we're anticipating safety and ADA upgrades for Toro Canyon and Tucker's Grove and Manning Park. We have ADA restroom projects that can be funded at Toro Canyon and Waller Park. We have a tennis resurfacing project and an installation of a shade structure over a large group area at Manning Park scheduled for this next year, in addition to rehabilitation of a couple of lift stations, one at Goleta Beach and Arroyo Beach. So that concludes the summary of the projects completed and in progress and proposed for next year. And I just wanted to bring to your attention that this is close to $2.5 million in projects. And it's being managed and implemented by a very small staff. I have Parks Department has a part-time project manager, a part-time civil engineer, and some support from our planner. And while the number is small in comparison to some of the major public works projects, it's a lot of projects. And I think that as funding opportunities become available for parks, the staffing situation to manage and implement these really needs to be considered. So that's just a plug prior to the budget hearings. You'll hear about that again. Then just to take a look at the unfunded projects adopted in the capital improvement plan by district, just to give you a feel of the distribution of unfunded park needs. And I provide this information as an introduction to May 21st when I come and speak to you about a process by which we may want to look at allocating Proposition 12 and 40 state bond money. Just to remind your board that we do have quite a few county unfunded park needs as we decide on the allocation process for those funds.
Supervisor Schwartz? Ms. Briggs, the courthouse. We have a major unfunded concern here for the walkway rehabilitation and the irrigation. Do we know that there is no opportunity for grant funding from some historic resource source? What do we know
in terms of
about?
the courthouse renovation project, I had initiated some contact with the Santa Barbara Trust for Historic Preservation, as well as the downtown organization, and the city somewhat. And I think that there is a willingness to collaborate on such a project. It's just a matter of pursuing that collaborative. It's going to take some time and energy and effort to do that, but I think there's potential there. And particularly in all of these cases, if there are challenger matching funds provided by the county to get initiatives started.
Do you think there's any potential for grant funds outside of the community, beyond the community?
Through the state bond programs, there are some historic preservation opportunities that we can look to. Of course, we'll be competing with the major players
Right.
that are after the same funds, but certainly.
Okay, well, I'd like to talk to you some more about that too. You're going to find that everyone wants some of your time before you leave.
I've noticed that so far. I almost wish I would have waited a little longer to announce my plans, but that's okay. So I wasn't going to go through each of these projects. I just wanted to give you a glance at what's out there. For the first district, we have $5.7 million in unfunded acquisition, development, and improvement maintenance type projects.
Supervisor Gray, do you want to wait till we get to?
I can wait till
okay.
she finishes.
Go ahead. Ms.
In the
Briggs.
second district, $5.1 million approximately, the largest being Galita Beach improvements, and that's going to be just a recurring program in the CIP, as I mentioned earlier, as we go through and implement some of the strategies that the long-term plan has identified.
Supervisor Rose? That's apart from Beacon and other possible sources of funds. You're looking at general fund monies here?
The CIP looks at all funding
Okay.
possibilities.
But I was, what you were thinking about in this case, it could go any way, in other words.
Yeah, the
It's not-
4 million that's identified here, certainly,
Could-
there's an anticipation that will continue to
Could come
receive
from Prop
grants
40,
from
could come from other places.
Coastal Conservancy,
Okay, good.
CREF, those
Fine.
sorts of, those coastal-related
So I
grant
think
sources.
I wanted to make sure that I was clear on that.
Right.
I do have one. I have a question also. You're at third district now?
I'm headed to.
There you are. I'll just give you my little pitch on the Gaviota Bikeway / trail that I gave on another agenda item to planning and development, and that is that I think that we need to be very cognizant of the work that is going on in the community with regard to Gaviota when we start marking out where potential trails are and doing anything that I think it has to be folded into the context of the work that's happening there, where there's a common ground project and there's also a study group. And I think that if we suddenly, and I realize that this is a very long-term project, but just to give you a heads up, if we suddenly decided we had the money to fund an increment, I think we would all be well served to make sure that that information is filtered through the work that's going on, rather than have the appearance of being a county intrusion.
I think that's certainly within our radar scope. Also,
Yes,
to let
okay.
you know that the Gaviota Bikeway Trail is part of a statewide trail system,
I know.
Bonanza trail system. So there's interest beyond even the community in seeing that linkage.
I know.
And we'll certainly do it. But the majority of the funding for this particular project has actually come from state funding, the T funding. So we'll continue to be sensitive to those issues.
Forewarned is
Okay.
forearmed.
We have $11.7 million of projects awaiting funding in the third district, primarily because of the bikeway project that we just described, but also two large master plans, the Halama Beach expansion as well as Kachuma Lake. There's going to be a need to address the relocation of recreation facilities depending on the outcome of Water Resource Board's decisions on how to manage downstream fisheries, the steelhead issue and so on. We have received a fairly large amount of funding to deal with the marina facilities from Department of Boating and Waterway, but there are still other rec area improvements that will need to be addressed that we'll have to.
Can I just ask you another question about Halama Beach?
Yes.
My only question about Halama. Are we out of communication with the Bixby Ranch and that opportunity for them to provide property for parking?
No, we're actually in communication with Bixby. There was a legal issue that has been under research over the last 6-8 months, and is going to require some decisions on the part of your board in terms of conversion of ag property and Williamson Act issues and so on. So it's more complicated than we initially thought it would be. So it would require our own counsel to be involved in some decisions on the part of your board as to how we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
The final slide combines the 4th and 5th district, and I need to comment that although the 4th district shows a modest $1.7 million in unfunded park projects, there are millions of dollars in park projects planned for the Orcutt community through their community plan, and most of those projects are identified as funded through development mitigation fees. So to the extent that those development comes online and provides that funding, those parks should be developed. But cautionary note that there is a tremendous existing recreation deficit in Orcutt that cannot be funded through new development and will need to be addressed. We are planning to go through a public process, a community process, to develop a master plan for Orcutt to actually set specific priorities in terms of park siting and development. At the conclusion of that process, I imagine that we'll be adding to the CIP in terms of priorities and unfunded needs for Orcutt. Then for the 5th district, we have in the recent past, invested quite a bit into improving the facilities at Richardson Park, so that leaves Waller Park as our last 5th district park, and hopefully through the deferred maintenance program we can address these needs as well. So that concludes Park's presentation. If there are any questions, I did want to make one comment about Goleta area projects. You mentioned future projects, what happens to them. Most of them for parks were either unfunded or grant funded. For those that were grant funded, of course, we will still manage and treat as a pass-through to the new city. So those unfunded projects will become new priorities for the city to evaluate.
The question.
Well, Supervisor Gray had a question, and then Supervisor Schwartz.
Thank you. Ms. Briggs, I'm just so taken by the tremendous discrepancy between the unfunded projects in the 4th and 5th district as compared to those in the 3rd, 2nd, and 1st districts. And I'm trying to figure out why. Maybe it's because there's so many beach kinds of things in the other districts, but I mean, that's tremendous. And I know you addressed the Orcutt area, but said that was a developer kind of possibility. I don't know why this has happened. Do you have a take on this?
Well, you have to go back and take a look. In the 1st district, there is a new park plan for the Toro Canyon, through the Toro Canyon plan, and that is almost a $2 million project. So again, but that one doesn't have the benefit of the development mitigation fees to offset, so it's considered an unfunded project at this point. As I said, for the 4th district, if we were to go ahead and incorporate all the projects that are in the CIP listed as funded through development mitigation fees, it would pale these in comparison. So there really is a tremendous amount in the CIP that's anticipated to be funded from other sources. And again, it's just an unfunded glance.
And it seems like there's nothing being done in what I refer to as kind of the backcountry, Cuyama, eastern Santa Maria Valley. Are we moving in that direction or talking about kinds of park?
That's probably.
Did I miss something here?
You're probably better informed than I in terms of the community plan processes for that section of our county. Currently, we only have one park facility out there, and that being Richardson Supervisors, 4th District project, previously a 5th District project, and that is the Santa Maria levee bikeway project. Completely unfunded, but a very viable project considering that the city of Santa Maria has made that a priority for their portion. So that they're sort of all over the board in terms of the types of projects that are unfunded and planned through the park system.
Thank you. Yes, Supervisor Schwartz.
I just have one other question, but first, just following on Supervisor Gray's comments, the entire, city of Santa Maria practically makes up the population of the 5th District. We redistricted and adhered to their request to keep the city whole. So there's, in terms of population to be served, not many people left in the 5th District. Really, in the unincorporated area, I think that's reflected here. I wanted to ask about all the open space, kind of little pocket parks that we have in Goleta, or had. Are there any left that are in the unincorporated area?
Actually, Supervisor Schwartz, 60% of them remain in the unincorporated
What
area.
percent?
60.
60, okay.
I think I could respond a little bit to that. I have a program called the Natural Resources Advisory Committee, which you heard a presentation from, and that's exactly what we're focusing on. We have over 20 parks in the 2nd District, on the unincorporated area, I'm sorry. And actually, and some of those are parks, and some of them are actually county-owned land, so we're looking at open space as well as what we would designate as a park. They're kind of the stepchildren.
Thank you very much, Ms. Briggs. Appreciate your presentation. And can Mr. Cortez, and then who else is presenting today? I don't have a feel for.
I think we're it.
You're it.
Right.
Okay. Very good.
Last.
Well, we're happy to have you be it.
Okay, and we'll try to make ours brief. I know it's getting late in the day, but Madam Chair, members of the board, we'll be giving you an overview of the capital improvement projects for the General Services Department. And ours can be broken down into 2 areas, which is basically the deferred maintenance projects, which we've been able to utilize in order to repair a number of the infrastructure of our buildings here in the county, including plumbing and roofing. And we've been able to get quite a few of those projects done, which has been much appreciated by the different departments. As well as the second part of the presentation will be giving you an overview of a number of the larger capital projects which your board recently approved, and those are the buildings which for the most part were funded through the certificates of participation. Not all. There are a few of the projects like the Santa Maria Animal Shelter and the Lompoc Wellness Center that are being paid for by cash. So, but those projects are now beginning, and as your board is aware, that we are having the groundbreaking ceremony for the Casa Nueva building on Monday, and we're excited about that. And that's going to be Monday at 2 o'clock, and that building is for APCD, SBCAG, and the social services. And so that's been quite a project that we're working on in collaboration with the departments. In fact, on all these projects that you'll see, the larger projects, we have project teams made up of general services and the host department, and they are actually putting in quite a bit of work as well as defining what their needs are and giving us direction. So it's quite an effort on both parts, not just on our department, but it's quite a demand on the department who's receiving the building as well. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Bob Nisbet, who is our capital projects manager. And go ahead, Bob.
Thanks, Ron. Madam Chair, members of the board, as Parks started out with some of the projects they completed, we wanted to do the same thing. So the slide before you now is actually projects that we completed in 0102, some of the larger projects we completed in 0102. And I'll just quickly go down the list. The first project indicates it was eliminated. What happened here, this was an equipment upgrade, and I think the IT department realized that with this project being unfunded, they were forced to look at other ways to improve the image center. So they figured out a way to do it, and this project was then eliminated from the CIP. And so I think they're okay for a few years. The rest of the projects on the list are capital projects that you may have heard of before. The big one being the Lompoc Court remodel. This project was actually not included in the CIP from last year because it was thought that it would be finished. project. We're just finishing it now, and it should be finished by June 30th of this year. And then the remaining projects are ones that you've probably seen, the Employee University being a big one that was opened during this fiscal year, a remodel for personnel just across the street, and the Vandenberg Village Library expansion, I think, was just completed last month. This next slide is projects that are currently in progress for General Services Department. As Mr. Cortez mentioned, we are also, we have some slides on projects that we are working on for other departments, since the other departments did not have an opportunity to make presentations today. But this list is specifically ones in our own department. The first one is the Garden Street parking structure, which is in design right now. The second project listed is network upgrade. This project, I believe, is in the either the second or the third year of a 3-year upgrade process. And then, as Mr. Cortez mentioned, deferred maintenance is something that is ongoing, and the commitment for this year is $1.5 million. And then if there's any questions on the remaining projects, I would take those questions.
Yes, Supervisor Schwartz.
Leaking underground tanks. Can you explain that to me, this cost, rather? I guess I thought that, for the most part, this is obviously a mandated program, but that it pays for itself.
Madam Chair, members of the board, yes, this is a program that is that we do obviously to clean up particular sites that are owned by the county. What we do is we front the cost, and then we are reimbursed in later years. And for example, now we're receiving checks here to the county for reimbursements that were made, I think, about approximately 4 or 5 years ago. So when we look at the expenditures here, those are monies that we will have to put up, but you're exactly right.
I see.
We will get reimbursed for those monies
Thank you.
at a later date. Thank you.
And out of the projects just listed, I just wanted to highlight a couple, and the first was one that was already discussed a little bit, and that is our deferred maintenance program. This year we have handled it a little differently in the CIP. Before, we have taken out the broad, in previous editions, we have taken out the broad categories of the deferred maintenance program, like roofs, HVAC, lighting, carpeting, and we have, for each one of those categories, we had a separate entry. And we decided this year that that was somewhat redundant with our own deferred maintenance plan that we update also. And so what we did in the CIP was just broke them down into 2 major categories. Projects that are over $100,000 each and projects that are under $100,000 each. So for the entire program, and more specifically for the amount that we propose to expend in fiscal year 02-03, there may be 10 or 20 major projects, and there may be 40, 50, or 60 even minor projects that will be going on next year. And if departments or supervisors or the public wants more information about these specific projects, as I mentioned, we have a 5-year deferred maintenance plan that lists all the projects, their costs, and the schedule for when they're going to be completed. And as I also understand it, this information will also be on the web, so that, or at least internally, so departments who want to see if in a building that they occupy, if there's going to be a lighting project or the HVAC is going to be replaced, they can go to the web and they can see when their project is going to be scheduled and what the estimated cost is. The next slide is a slide that we put in last year, and we thought it would be important to kind of carry it over, because last year about this time, this was a very hot subject. We had a crisis on our hands, and blackouts were imminent. And at that time, some money was put forward that we then put into our deferred maintenance program, and specifically set it aside for what we call energy efficiency projects. And I think on a previous slide, I noted that we did do several lighting upgrade projects, maybe to the tune of $250,000 to $300,000 worth of lighting replacements to more efficient fluorescent lighting. And the purpose of this slide is that although the crisis may feel like it's over to some people, it's still ongoing. We are still making a commitment in our deferred maintenance program. All the projects in the deferred maintenance program, if they're HVAC projects or lighting projects, at the same time that those projects are being carried out, we are really receiving benefits of energy efficiencies, because every time we go in and replace an old chiller or do lighting upgrades, we are receiving those efficiencies. So I thought it was important to point that out. If there's any questions on that, I'll be happy to take them. The next group of projects that I wanted to move to, as Ron mentioned, is projects that we are working on for other departments. And these next two slides highlight some of the bigger building projects that we are currently working on. And as was mentioned, many of these are being financed by certificates of participation. So from the projects on these next two slides, I've actually pulled 4 or 5 of them out, and we'll highlight those 4 or 5. But if you have any questions on any of the projects listed here, please feel free. I would like to mention on the juvenile hall, juvenile court project listed here, it is actually 2 separate projects, because the court portion of the project is funded from one source of funds and the hall portion is funded from another. There's actually a state grant plus local matching funds. For purposes of project management and receiving better bids and managing construction, we have grouped these 2 projects together. The hall actually makes up about $12.5 million of that $15 million figure, and the juvenile court, which will be built along with it, is about $3 million. So here are 4 or 5 major projects we're currently working on that I would like to highlight for your board. The first is Casa Nueva, which Mr. Cortez mentioned. This project actually started construction formally yesterday. I don't know if any activity occurred, but the contract did start, and it's a 13-month construction period. And as Ron mentioned, we are having an official groundbreaking ceremony on April 8th at 2 o'clock on site. So anyone who wants to attend that can feel free. The next project I wanted to highlight is also on the Cairo campus. This is a building for ADMHS. This project has been scaled down since last year's version of the CIP. It actually was cut in half, unfortunately, due to financing reasons. So what we have proposed now is to demolish the existing buildings and annex buildings that are up on the top of the campus, the buildings that previously housed the Rehabilitation Institute. And in place of those buildings, we will be building a 13,000 square foot building for the children's program of ADMHS. This project is a 2-story building for the clerk recorder assessor. This project is approximately mid-design, I would say. This photograph is taken off Victoria Street. This is the old Warner's Deli, and this will be the site of the new building. This land was or this building, I should say, was purchased about a year ago by the county using clerk recorder funds, and we are proceeding. And I think on the previous slide, it indicated that the schedule has construction being completed by about October of '03. And then I mentioned the juvenile hall, juvenile court. This is an artist rendition of one of the elevations of the hall. This project, again, to remind you, we'll be adding 90 beds to the current hall. Space will be built for the DA, the public defender, along with the juvenile court. And as was mentioned, there's an $8 million state grant that we are using to build approximately 2/3 of the cost of this building. The other 4.5, specifically for the hall, are coming from the Criminal Justice Facility Fund, which will be used to pay back certificates of participation. We are also working on a new building for the district attorney. This building will be located across from the courthouse in the current juror parking lot. The proposed building is 28,000 square feet. It'll be a 4-story building. This project is also about mid-design, I would say. We are just moving into construction documents at this point. And as we proceed, the last bullet point is mentioned that we will be demolishing the current building on site, and part of the project is to move the Sheriff's Civil Division into the east wing of the courthouse and also into Figueroa Court.
Supervisor Schwartz?
Mr. Nisbet, I don't know if you could answer this, but my question is, to what extent has our staff worked with or sought input from the City of Santa Barbara and historic landmarks there and the Pueblo Viejo ordinance compliance?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, I can answer that question.
Okay.
This project is in the historic landmark area of the City of Santa Barbara, and so we brought, or the architect I should say, brought the plans for this building to that committee on 2 occasions, very early on when the whole concept of the building, of being a 4-story building was just kind of coming up. And then we also went back to them after we took their input from that first meeting, went back to them a second time after the schematic design plans for the building had been fleshed out a little further. And on both occasions, we received very positive comments from that group. The next step, now that we have gone to that committee on 2 occasions, will be to actually go back to the city for them to make a finding that the project is consistent with their general plan. Any project that the county builds in other jurisdictions, we are required to go to that jurisdiction and ask for them to make such a finding. So this is one example where we will be doing that. The clerk recorder building is another example where we will be going to the city and asking them to make that finding.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Mr. Pettit, yes.
Mrs. Schwartz, not to sound like a goody two-shoes, but our manager, Pam Smith, has gone to the city's Historic Landmarks Committee meeting twice, and we received approval for that from that committee. And they thanked us for including them.
I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
And the next series of slides, again, like Parks, I wanted to go through a listing quickly of some of the unfunded projects that our department and other departments have in the CIP. This first list is a list of projects, again, that our own department will be planning on delivering someday in the future. I believe the Orcutt Library and Community Building potentially could be funded by development impact fees in the future. I'm not sure, but I believe they are listed as unfunded, as are the remaining projects on this list. If there are any questions, I would be happy to take them. Otherwise, in the effort to speed things up, I'll move through some of the other projects. And then, as I mentioned, there are many unfunded building projects for other departments. And what I have done in these next 3 slides is try to list the major projects for other departments that are currently unfunded, but that if they ever become funded, we would envision that our department would be working with those departments to deliver those projects. The first couple are court projects on this slide, and then the bottom 4 or 5 are fire district projects. And I know there was a conversation earlier in the presentation about some of these projects for the fire department, and you'll see the last 2 slides deal with new fire stations and remodel or builds of existing fire stations. And although I have listed these as unfunded, it is my understanding that several of these projects are listed as being funded in part from development impact fees. And so I just wanted to make that point clear that they're not completely unfunded. When that development occurs, some of these projects may be able to be delivered at that time. Many of the projects on this slide are for probation, and the bottom 2 are for sheriff. The last one, the North County Jail, Ken mentioned in the beginning of the presentation. All of these projects, as I understand it, are completely unfunded. The Isla Vista Foot Patrol is a new project in the CIP this year. We worked with the Sheriff's Department very late as the CIP was being put together this year and worked this project out. And this is a project that they will be working with UCSB, as I understand it, to do some kind of a partnership whereby land is purchased and then a building is built eventually so that the Isla Vista Foot Patrol can be moved into a new location.
I'm sorry, what page is that on? I missed that.
I'll have to check on that, Madam Chair.
Okay, well, you
One
don't have to do it right now. You
it's-
can let me know.
This
I'll look-
project would be listed under the Sheriff Division.
Right, okay.
And then finally, rounding out this list of unfunded projects, again, 2 more new projects. Santa Barbara Environmental Health, the Division of Public Health is envisioning some new space on Kai Real. And as I think was mentioned earlier, Public Works has also proposed a service center at Foster Road in Santa Maria. And although we're listing this project as unfunded, I do believe it's correct that they have planned to put up some seed money to get design going in fiscal year 02-03. So our department would be working with Public Works to start that design for that project. So the 3 slides I just showed total about $150 million. And I believe in the beginning of the presentation, Ken presented that maybe $350,000 of the projects listed in the CRP are unfunded. So what you saw right there in terms of major building projects is about 40% of the unfunded projects.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we just found the page on that. It's B36.
Thank you. I found it. Thanks. Appreciate it.
That concludes our presentation. I know it's late and we're going into the lunch hour. If Mr. Cortez has any other comments or if you have any questions, we'd be happy to take those.
Mr. Cortez, do you have concluding comments or?
Madam Chair, members of the board, the only concluding comments that I have is just the appreciation to your board on the dedication to investing in infrastructure. In 2 ways, I think our employees benefit, and just to speak, from the comments that we've heard, is that the investment in infrastructure in simple things such as roofing or plumbing or heating are well appreciated. In addition, a number of these buildings that Bob was able to present to you this morning are much needed buildings that will last the county a long time and are certainly appreciated as well. So I'll leave you with those comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that our final presentation this morning? Okay. And no other comments or questions? Supervisor Rose?
Yeah, I just have 2 quick ones, maybe for Mr. Brown. This has been, I think, put on the table already, the situation with the North County and a possible split, and I guess wondering what that might mean in the future and what kind of dollars could be captured that we might have already set aside. And you don't have to answer that to me now. It's just something to think about as we go into our full-on budget cycle in the spring. And the other is my ongoing interest in the strategic scan and wondering where, if, or how it, can be reconciled with the capital budget. And again, I don't expect a presentation now, but is it apples or oranges, or is there a way where it all comes together, a place where it all comes together?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Rose, a good question. Actually, the capital budget is one of the major tools to implement the policies coming out of that, and you will see an attempt based on your direction of last year, a change in the budget format this year, the operating budget, to begin to relate.
Well, will we see it at some point identified in the capital budget too, or maybe some of the projects we're moving forward that actually do fit under the strategic scan?
That would be a good idea, and that would be a new approach.
I'd like to see it.
As right now, you sort of have a catalog of individual projects, but yeah, I think that's
Okay, well, we need a motion this afternoon, to consider the Planning Commission's findings, approve the concepts, and take final action. I'll make the motion.
May I
To adopt
point
the
out
capital
something?
budget. Oh, in June, I'm sorry. Okay, that's right. Okay, let's get this right. We are today approving in concept the projects that are included in the 2002-2007 capital improvement budget. And we are approving in concept the proposed budget and deferring the adoption until June during our scheduled budget hearings.
Madam Chair, that's right, because while you could improve them in
Right.
concept as you go along here,
Right.
in the end, and depending where you are, you may want to make changes when you have everything.
Exactly. So I'll make that motion.
And I'll second it.
And second by Supervisor Rose. Any comments to the motion? Roll call, please.
Ms. Schwartz?
Aye.
Ms. Rose?
Aye.
Ms. Gray? Mr. Urbanski?
Aye.
Ms. Marshall?
Aye. And this board will adjourn for lunch until 2 o'clock.
And the first resolution that we have this afternoon is a resolution of commendation for Linda L. Smither. And if you'd like to come up to the podium. I'm going to read your resolution. Whereas Linda L. Smither commenced employment with the County of Santa Barbara on August 1, 1994. And whereas Linda made a wise and courageous decision to transfer to the office of the County Clerk Recorder Assessor on September 18, 2000. Courageous. Whereas Linda Smither is currently employed as an office assistant principal within the operations division of the department. And whereas Linda is a woman of extraordinary talent. She is a leader without cudgel, a cheerleader without the pom-poms, a mentor without a ruler, an inspiration without the halo, a pusher without shove, and a friend without parallel. And whereas Linda supervises a staff that greets customers with a smile and a sincere hello, develops and maintains a team that treasures the taxpayer, creates a spirit that celebrates success, and practices the golden rule. Whereas Linda creates moonstones from rough edges, provides sunshine on rainy days, leaves the customer breathless, and engages all with knowledge and tranquility. And whereas Linda L. Smither is a person who combines outstanding supervising skills with sterling customer service, she goes above and beyond the call of duty, displaying the energy and leadership necessary to get the job done. She always has a positive attitude and takes pride in her work. She is the most valuable employee to the Clerk, Recorder, Assessor Department. Now therefore be it hereby, and it is hereby ordered and resolved that the Board of Supervisors recognizes Linda L. Smither as the April 2002 Employee of the Month for her outstanding service to the County of Santa Barbara.
I would like to express my appreciation to the board for this honor of Employee of the Month. It has been a pleasure to serve as a county employee for these past 8 years and to be part of the service that we provide to the public. Though they are not standing with me here today, I have many people to acknowledge and thank when accepting this honor. Beginning with the staff of the General Services Department, where I spent my first 5 years at the county, my thanks for good training in customer service and in education in county employment and government. To the administration in the probation department, my thanks for your support of my continuing education. And to the assessors division of the Clerk Recorder Assessor's Office, my gratitude for all your support and encouragement to be the best. I would especially like to thank my own staff. I would not be accepting this honor today without you. All of us are a culmination of who we have known and followed. My thanks to my colleagues here in the County of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Our next presentation is a Caltrans presentation, actually. Is Caltrans here? Oh, good. All right. If you would like to come to the podium, and you're giving an annual Volunteer of the Year award, is that correct?
Yes. My name's Terry Porter, and I'm the statewide Adopt a Highway Program Coordinator for Caltrans. Caltrans started the Adopt a Highway program back in 1989 with just a handful of participants who donate time, services, materials, etc. to the state of California in return for a small recognition panel that you've probably seen on the side of the highway depicting whether the individual or group is sponsoring a litter cleanup, sponsorship, wildflower planting, vegetation control. And to tell you the truth, back in 1989 when our program started, it was the 20th state in the United States to begin an Adopt a Highway program. I was a maintenance supervisor out on the highway, and I thought, they've got to be kidding. You know, to think that we're going to have people volunteer to come out here and pick up this trash on the side of the road. I couldn't believe it. You know, for years I had been picking up the garbage, and it just always seemed to be getting worse instead of better. But lo and behold, the program's grown. We currently have 4,700 groups, actually 4,712 groups statewide participating in the program. And each year we recognize outstanding individuals or groups in our Adopt a Highway program for their efforts. Next I'm going to introduce not the person who's receiving the award, but David Martinez, who's maintenance supervisor in the Santa Barbara area, to tell you about Max Lanos, who is receiving that award today.
It's a very pleasure to be here today to give Max Lanos this award. In the Santa Barbara area, we have 52 groups that go out and pick up on 4 state routes. That would be 101, 154, 225, and also 217 going out to the UCSB. Since I have been doing this, when it started back in '89, the Adopt a Highway program, you come across a very unique group of people or individuals that go out and pick up. And I say unique because Max Lanos has never missed a month since he's been doing this for the last 8 or 9 years. He won the award 5 years ago in 1997, and here he is back again in the year 2002 for his outstanding job that he does. The thing about Max Lanos, he doesn't even live here. He lives down in the San Diego area, and he comes up here 2 or 3 times a month for his job and his different accounts here. But as reliable as he is, he goes out and picks up litter in that area that he has, basically 101 southbound between Patterson and Turnpike, and he does an outstanding job. Max Lanos will be up here a little bit later. I would like right now to take this opportunity to introduce you to our district coordinator, who is up in San Luis Obispo, and her name is Sandy Atkins.
Thank you for this chance to honor Mr. Lanos in person. Everybody keeps saying how special and everything. I have over 170 groups in Santa Barbara County, and he was chosen out of those 170, and I wish I could clone him. He's always writing letters to the editor about how wonderful the program is, and he calls me and he tells me, thank you for letting him do this. He's very special. Could you come up, Max?
Presenting this award to Max, I'll read what it says. Volunteer of the Year, Max Lanos, presented in recognition of your civic pride and unselfish spirit. Although few people are aware of the hard work necessary to maintain a roadside, everyone appreciates an attractive highway. Therefore, on behalf of California's traveling public, the California Department of Transportation Adopt a Highway program wishes to thank you for the countless hours you have donated to help beautify the great state of California. Thank you.
I'd like to thank everybody. I really enjoy this area. I love working up here. I'm here quite a bit, and especially my wife. She doesn't complain about my being gone. And so I'd like to thank my wife Donna sitting back there. But with her, you got to have a happy home in order to be gone as much as I am. And I really enjoy cleaning the freeway. It's a lot of fun, and I really appreciate the opportunity to do it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Lanos, before you go. Mr. Lanos, on behalf of the board and everybody in the county, thank you for all that you do, but you are doing it in my district. And so I doubly appreciate it. I don't know if you know that, but your work is in the 2nd district, and that is my area, and I thank you very, very much.
You're very welcome. Like I said, I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor Schwartz, I think you're next up.
I am, and I also have the pleasure today of acknowledging the work of some incredible volunteers. The people that you see in the first 2 rows to our right are really a mirage. We're going to tell you a little bit about that. But April is Earthquake Preparedness Month, and it's a very appropriate time, in addition to commemorating earthquake preparedness throughout the state, to honor the group known as Mirage, which operates right here in our county, and this has brought back 2 retired fire chiefs who have been a tremendous part of this program, as well as people from various aspects of the community. And what I would like to do is, Bruce and Spencer boys, ask you to introduce and call up everyone else to the podium, and then I'll read and present this resolution to you.
Sure, with that, I'm going to turn it over, everybody, to Spencer Boyce, who's really the backbone, at least the current backbone of the organization known as Mirage. That's Montecito Emergency Response and Recovery Action Group. It's a long one, but it's kind of a nice acronym. And they have put in countless hours, volunteer hours over the years in the Montecito area, helping Montecito Fire Protection District, as well as county resources and other jurisdictions. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Spencer.
Thank you, Bruce, and thank you for Supervisor Schwartz. We are a volunteer group, and it seems as though this particular time, not only here in the county, but nationally, the emphasis has been since 9/11 on what the fire people have done all across the country, and banding together, particularly in New York and the other afflicted areas. But the recognition is coming to us as never happened before for Mirage. And so today is a very special day, particularly for us, because, as you say, here we have the past presidents, all the surviving ones, who have started Mirage 15 years ago and have come back to be with us today. There's a feeling of warmth and friendship, bonds that tie us together with service, but it really represents, I would say, thousands of hours from people in the community. There's over 58 different organizations that belong to Mirage, and we meet frequently, and we have banded together to help in times of emergency to protect our area. So the work with the county, I must say, has been very cooperative, and so we fit in with their plans too for emergency response. So let me, without further ado, introduce to you the people who have been the past presidents of Mirage, and we'll start with one of the founders, Herb McAway, former chief of the Montecito Fire District. Herb, we better start off like a team here. We'll just line right up for you. Next is Jerry Smith, who's from the head of the sanitary district from Montecito. Jerry Smith. And you'll notice the variety here on the organizations that are represented. They all are stalwarts with Mirage. Next is Jean LaBerge, who's been with the Montecito Union School for many years. Jean. She's dressed appropriately today. And she's on duty. She's carrying a pager today. We carry a pager 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. David Rubio from Westmont College. David. John Venable is not able to be with us. He's from the Montecito Association. Chuck Evans, who is head of the Water District and retired. Jack Dillon, retired from Casa Dorinda. Jack. Vicki Harbison on Montecito Union School, who just escaped from jury duty for a brief time to come over here to be with us. And Mary Ann Freeman from Ennis Brook Owners Association. I also would be remiss if I didn't ask Chief Ron McLean from Montecito Fire District to step up with us, because he's been treasurer of our organization for 10 years, and he's the guiding force behind us now. Ron? So here we are. Thank you very much for what you're doing for us, the recognition, and we'll only make it better from here on.
Thank you all very much. Yes. I wanted also to acknowledge retired Fire Chief Randy Graham from the Carpinteria Summerlin Fire District in the back there. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and read this and present it to you with our great appreciation. You know, fire knows no bounds, and as we all know, and fighting a disaster, whether it's fire or earthquake or other kinds of disasters, truly a cooperative and communal effort. So the work that you do really extends way beyond the community of Montecito. Whereas, this is a resolution of the board proclaiming April 2nd Earthquake Preparedness Month and honoring the Montecito Emergency Response and Recovery Action Group. I'm going to just skip the paragraphs that talk about Earthquake Preparedness Month. This is an occasion that's established by the state of California to make us all more aware that we live in constant danger of such an occurrence. But I'd like to just go on and say, whereas Mirage The Montecito Emergency Response and Recovery Action Group consists of members of the Montecito Fire, Water, and Sanitary Districts, community volunteers, and a variety of public and private organizations that have joined together in a community-wide support plan for disaster response and recovery. Whereas Mirage has been called into active duty in the past during flood, fire, and windstorm events, enhancing the county's ability to respond to area-wide disasters. Now, the Board of Supervisors proclaims April 2002 Earthquake Prepared Month and presents this resolution to the Montecito Emergency Response and Recovery Action for their active, significant participation in all local emergency response efforts. And this comes with our appreciation and gratitude. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
This is our last resolution of today, and it's a resolution proclaiming April 1st, 2002, Cesar Chavez Day in Santa Barbara County. And Jose Martinez, will you come up to the podium, please? Thanks for being here, and I'm going to read the resolution and then I'll present it to you. Whereas on March 31st, 1927, Cesar Estrada Chavez was born on a small ranch near Yuma, Arizona, and in 1937, when severe drought forced the Chavez family to give up their ranch, they began migrating throughout the Southwest to labor in the fields and vineyards. And whereas Cesar Chavez joined the United States Navy in 1945 in the aftermath of World War II, after which he returned to farm labor in California, and in 1952 he began advocating for workers' rights. And whereas in 1962, Cesar Chavez moved his family to Delano, California to establish the National Farm Workers Association, which later became the United Farm Workers of America, UFW, AFL-CIO, the first successful farm workers union in United States history. At its peak, the UFW collective bargaining agreements covered approximately 80,000 workers in California, Arizona, and Florida. And whereas Cesar Chavez led a successful 5-year Great Pickers strike that rallied millions of supporters to the UFW and directed a national coalition of unions, church groups, students, minorities, and consumers. And whereas Cesar Chavez patterned a legacy of service, conviction, and principled leadership that serves as a beacon for all Americans. As a testimony to his lifelong contributions to humanity, he was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom from the United States and the Aguila Azteca? Good, thank you. From Mexico. Now therefore be it resolved and hereby ordered that this Board of Supervisors honors the legacy of Cesar Chavez and proclaims April 1, 2002, Cesar Chavez Day in Santa Barbara County, and it was passed and adopted this morning.
On behalf of the Cesar Chavez Center, better known as La Casa de la Raza, we want to thank you for this honor. I also want to invite the board and all of us, all of you present here to join us on April 19th at 6 o'clock in the afternoon at La Casa de la Raza to celebrate the Cesar Chavez Day. And also so you can get a little more familiar with our facilities. We just renovated the youth center. We have we are serving no less than 1,500 people a month right now at La Casa de la Raza. We have educational programs for our youth and adults and families. And I would like to also introduce to you my boss, one of my many bosses, Marisela Marquez. She's the president of the board.
Thank you very much for this honor. We accept it in honor of Cesar Chavez, who
inspires us, California residents, but also nationally and internationally as a person, not only of deep commitment to community service, but also to the commitment in the United States of actually having a principal lead the way. And so we continue to do that, honor that spirit at Casa de la Raza, and invite you all to come by. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, item number 4 comes from the Treasurer Tax Collector, asking your board to adopt a resolution approving cooperating membership by the County of Santa Barbara in the Association of Bay Area Governments and associate membership by the county in the Association of Bay Area Governments Finance Authority for nonprofit corporations, and the execution of an associate membership agreement relating to associate membership by the county in the authority, and approval of the issuance of bonds by the authority to benefit SANSUM, Santa Barbara Medical Foundation Clinic.
Mr. Fermisco, are you up?
I'm up. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. This is the time and place where your board is to hold what is called a TEFRA hearing, and TEFRA is an acronym standing for Tax Equity Financial Recovery Act. And the purpose of the hearing is to have a hearing on this tax-exempt debt, at which the county will serve as a conduit on behalf of Santa Barbara SANSUM Medical Clinic in order for them to complete the projects as enumerated in the staff report. The recommended action that you are to take has been reviewed by the appropriate councils and has also been before the Debt Advisory Committee, and it's suggested that you take the recommended action and adopt the necessary resolutions. And if there's any questions here, we have representatives from the underwriter as well as from the SANSUM Clinic.
Any questions from the board on this item? Any requests to speak on this item? All right.
Madam Chair, I'll move for approval.
Motion by Supervisor Urbanski and second by Supervisor Gray. Any comments to the motion? Roll call.
Ms. Schwartz.
Aye.
Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Ms. Gray. Mr. Urbanski.
Aye.
Ms. Marshall.
Aye. Thank
Thank
you.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, item number 5 comes from the County Administrator, asking your board to receive an update on the County of Santa Barbara Affirmative Action Program and provide direction to staff as appropriate.
Mr. Brown?
Madam Chair, we wanted to update the board on the status of affirmative action within the county workforce, talk about some ideas we have for advancing the agenda here, and to that end, Deputy County Administrator Jim Laponis, Affirmative Action Officer Claudia Lujan, and former Affirmative Action Officer Freya Schultz are here to help.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board. Michael. We are here, as Mr. Brown has just indicated, to provide you with updated information about the county's Equal Employment Opportunity and Affirmative Action Program. And it's fairly straightforward. We will provide you with some employment data that we've been able to generate, updating in effect some of the statistics concerning how we're doing and comparing the current county workforce distribution by race, ethnicity, and gender with similar workforce distributions statewide and in our major recruitment areas. And Freya Schultz, who actually got to put this information together for us. She's on loan from the Department of Social Services, where she is a manager, and as Mr. Brown has indicated, is an ex-affirmative action officer, equal employment manager. We will then discuss briefly information about the impact of Proposition 209, which was passed in 1996 by the voters of California, in a sense for effectively restricting affirmative action programs. County Council, Mr. Starr and Mr. Lavian will hold forth briefly on that issue. Then we will undertake to explain to your board some of the projects that are currently being undertaken regarding diversity and affirmative action and EEO within the county organization. I will do my best to muddle through that part. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, Claudia Kathy Lujan, our Equal Employment Manager, will give some indications about some of her plans and projects for the Office of EEO Affirmative Action. It's possible that some Affirmative Action Commission members may be in attendance and may wish to address the board on conclusion. We provided them some similar information that we're now going to give you at their meeting last Wednesday. With that in mind, if I would but direct your attention to the staff report, which provides as attachment A an indication or a consolidated summary of information as to how many employees we currently have in the county as of, this happens to be, I believe, February 8th. They will correct me on that if I'm there. Broken out by various job groups, the first one being executives. And then how many of those executives, for instance, are female, how many are black, how many are Hispanic, how many are Asian, how many are American Indian, and then an indication of how many are within a category of the all minorities and a percentage as well of each. We'll go through that relatively briefly, simply to explain that all of the county employees as of that date are part of this summary, including will explain how I'm wrong. And then we will go on to provide some explanation or context to that data by way of some graphs that will help you understand where and how the county is doing relative to the county workforce is doing relative to the statewide census data, relative to certain recruiting areas in those same categories of female, black, Hispanic.
Mr. Loponis?
Yes.
You're talking about these, correct? The colored ones?
I am indeed.
Okay.
And we will go through those individually. I'm just going to give an overview of what we're going to do.
Okay, yes, I know you are. I know you are. The one that seems to be missing here, we're measured against the state, but we're not measured against where we've been. Is that correct? Okay, that's correct. Okay.
That's correct.
Carry on. Thank you.
Snapshot in time. And then, as I said, we will go over some the information as to where we're headed and what we have in mind. Both Ms. Lujan and myself will do our best to get through that. With that, let me introduce Freya Schultz, who I would ask to move forward on the data that she has worked so earnestly to develop.
First, I'd like to clarify with regard to the jobs that are... Mic is on.
Okay, just speak closely then.
All right. I'd like to clarify, first of all, with regard to the jobs that are included. The jobs that we used to analyze and provide the summary information consisted of all of the jobs which had regular ranges assigned to them such that we could place them into job groups for analysis. So of the roughly 800 job classes that we had, only those who have assigned ranges are included here. We also excluded those positions which are associated with the new court arrangement. So in other words, all of the classes that begin with 7 of the series that we have that are assigned under the direct control of the courts are excluded also from this summary. We do have some contractors included and some not. Generally speaking, if there was no consistent range assigned in our job class table, we could not classify that job with regard to which job group it belonged to at this time. This is a preliminary analysis, however, and to the extent that we are able to do so, once we have reviewed more information, that can occur. The first job group that we have in the packet that you have is the executive job group, and I can use that as an example of how the analysis is done. The analysis that we're talking about is required, as the narrative states, under Executive Order 11246, because we receive federal money and fall under the requirements of that executive order as a federal contractor. As a result of the fact that we're a federal contractor, we're required to comply with regulations that were originally entitled Revised Order 4. That provides for what is called the 8-factor analysis, which requires us to review the sources of recruitment for each job group and then compare our utilization, that is the representation of women and minorities in our labor force, with the sources of recruitment available to us. That's called availability. We have to estimate then, using percentages, what we would expect to find absent any other factors in our labor force. And we use, for an analysis like that, what's something called, as I said, the 8-factor analysis, and then use something that's called Fisher's exact test for small groups. All of these requirements are not things that we developed ourselves, but are required in the regulations of the Department of Labor. For executives, for instance, I would like to direct your attention to the bottom rows where it says current workforce distribution.
I don't know if anyone can really read that anyway.
Can you see it?
No,
Okay,
we're reading off this, but if anyone else is trying to read it, I don't think they'll have
Let
any
me
luck.
point out, therefore, let's use females as the example here. It says that we have an internal availability of 29%, or utilization actually, of females. That's not availability. Internal utilization, that is 29% of the people who are in the jobs which are in the executive job group are female.
That's better.
If we look up in the next, yeah, that's perfect. If we look up in the next bracket above there, we can see that after I've done the 8-factor analysis using all of the sources from which we have historically obtained people to enter jobs in this job group, that the calculated availability, which is average availability weighted by historical sources of selection, that's the title up there, shows that in public administration jobs, internally and externally, 46% of executives are female. So we would therefore compare our internal utilization, 29%, with 46%. And this is just the preliminary start of an analysis to see what the reasons are for the difference. And you go through and do for each of the groups listed, Black, Hispanic, Asian Pacific Islanders, American Indians, and minorities, and make that same sort of comparison. So in other words, it's a weighted average, and the weights differ by job group. Let me explain what a job group is. A job group is an aggregation for statistical purposes of jobs which have similar levels of compensation, similar levels of responsibility, and similar sources of qualifications in recruitment sources.
I'm sorry, Freya. Could
Yes.
you? Would it be possible for you to move over into the other chair so that the board can see you and you're not sitting behind the screen? Now I'm going to assume that Supervisor Urbanski can see you over there as well. Okay, there we go.
Happy to do that.
There we go. Is that better?
Mm-hmm. We've rolled up all of the jobs that we could categorize into any job group into 41 job groups for analysis. And some of the groups are very large, and some of them are quite a bit smaller. But the purpose of rolling them up into job groups is so that you can do a statistically valid comparison between what we have and what we think we might have had if there weren't any barriers in place or any factors that we need yet to examine with regard to our own employment processes. And Fisher's exact test is the statistical test that is applied in some software that we use for this purpose that the county purchased specifically for this. Each of the job groups has been analyzed in this same method. For instance, for managers, let me start with executives. For executives, we estimated that only 40% of our hires come from people who are already employed by the county and qualified for executive jobs on the basis of their county employment history. For managers, we estimate that 75% of people who are in that job group come from internal hires. The two groups that they would come from would be supervisory professionals and all professionals, which are many, many job groups. Generally speaking, county government is kind of a hierarchy of professionals because of the wide range of responsibilities that we carry out, both from a regulatory and a service aspect. So probably the largest aggregate groups that feed managers and executives are the professionals. Mr. Laponis has selected some other groups that illustrate these comparisons for different levels of groups. All of the groups roll up into what are called EEO4 categories, which are 8 larger groups that are then used for comparison purposes when we submit a report to the EEOC every 2 years as required by federal law.
What I did was, just for comparison purposes, I selected the 3 largest job groups we have by numbers of employees. So for instance, that is in addition to executives and managers for comparison purposes or for context purposes. The first is law enforcement deputies, and they are a combination, as I recollect, of sheriff's deputies, some probation.
Not probation, correctional officers.
Correctional officers and some others. That particular group, say for instance the executives, there are 55 executives. There were 143 managers. There are 550 law enforcement deputies. So from a standpoint of number of employees, you get just a perspective on what this might be. So I selected the 3 largest groups, and the first is law enforcement deputies. The next largest was the, I believe, the clerical typist, clerk typist data support, and the other was a paraprofessional other. So again, here by way of comparison, for instance, you can see the current county workforce is at the bottom. Females are 21%, black 5%, Hispanic 21%, and then if you take a look at the top, the statewide 1990 census indicates 12% females, 4% black, 14% Hispanic, relative to the workforce census data for California, as I understand it.
Yes, and you may note here with regard to deputies, the level it says internal job groups from which some are selected or promoted, 0. That's because there is no internal feeder group.
We'll go to the next one, which is the office clerical typist. And the same data is available in each of these slides. You can tell for yourself, for instance, that the county workforce distribution in this instance using the same categories of 91% female, statewide 78 by way of comparison, for the average availability 82% by way of comparison.
Mr. Laponis, I got a couple questions here for you. Supervisor Rosen and Supervisor Schwartz.
Maybe this isn't obvious, but in our efforts at affirmative action, the numbers are so high here for females. Have we tried to, or are we anyway encouraged to recruit for male, clerical?
The issue is removal of barriers to employment, and we have many males who work in the office clerical jobs. Some of the groups have a higher representation of males than others, but there is no historical understanding that we have, we don't have any historical information that we have discriminated against men in these occupations, and I know of no immediate barriers to that.
No, I would not think so. I'm just looking at some equity here and wondering if we had made an effort. And I don't know, again, under affirmative action law, if this is an area that, what's the word I want, is we are, challenged to do at all. And Mr. Stark is going to answer my question. Oh, it does? Okay.
The short answer to your question is no. We have not done anything special in order to have the data turn out any differently than it now is relative to males.
No, I didn't expect us to do
is there
something
any
special in terms of the data, but the statistic is so obvious here, just like usually with paraprofessionals or craftspeople, skilled craftspeople, we have so few women. And I know we make an effort there, so I was just wondering if we did the reverse here.
The answer is no.
I'm sorry, Supervisor Schwartz.
What's keeping us from using the 2000 census data?
The
The
2000,
fact that we don't have it.
yeah, the 2000.
When would we have it?
2003 is when it is scheduled to be released at the level of detail necessary to prepare these analyses.
So we don't even have a clue as to what it might look like as compared to the 1990 data in these areas.
We expect that because the population has changed in certain demographic directions, that certain minority groups will be more available than we have in
I
this
would think
current
so.
estimate.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
This is an indication of the paraprofessionals other, and it is exactly what it says. It is a potpourri of classifications strewn literally throughout the county, incorporating everything from board assistants to various IT groups through other clerks, paraprofessionals throughout that are not specifically otherwise classified. And again, this is selected because it happens to be the third largest group by number of employees. 313 employees would come within this group at this time.
And for paraprofessionals, others, I'd like to note that we estimate that 25% of the people who enter this job group come from somewhere else in the county in some other job group, and that includes lateral changes from one job group to another. Just as for typist data, we estimated that about 20% came from some other occupational groups in the county.
After taking a look at the three largest, I came to the conclusion that although they are the three largest and therefore representative of a significant number of employees, it was not in my judgment good context, because there are some areas in which we really do have some shortfalls or underutilizations. There are other areas where we are doing quite well relative to those potential shortfalls or underutilizations. So I thought I would just give an example of an area or of a job group where we have some significant underutilizations across the board, and that is in the skilled craft equipment group. There's 75 employees that were in that group, and this slide is in your packet. As you can see here, quite differently from some of the other slides, the current workforce distribution includes 1% female, the statewide by comparison 36%. And you can see the other numbers as they apply, as similar to the other slides. So just an indication that we're doing quite well overall. We're doing quite well in various job groups. We have some way to go relative to underutilizations in certain job categories, and it is naturally in those areas where we'll be focusing more of our attention. If you have no questions as to this aspect of the presentation, we will segue into Prop 209.
I do have a question. Is this not the presentation that the board gets that usually has a packet of information from departments as to what their goals were, what their new goals are, and
that kind of information, or?
That's correct. That has been the case in the past, and as you will hear, I believe, when the county council discusses 209, as that information will be coming to you certainly again, but it will not be in the same format. That is, it is extremely unlikely that we will have goals as such.
Okay. All right.
But we do intend to provide your board an annual update as to where we are, what we're doing, how we're doing it within the confines of federal law and Prop 209, and we are working at exactly how to do that.
I appreciate that, and I understand that that has something to do with 209. Some information like that, I don't know if it's possible, would be helpful. And just as just for future presentations, it's a little confusing. And so I don't know how we can do this next year so that it has a little more clarity. I'm looking at Claudia because I'm sure this will be her responsibility. But some of the information that you gave us to begin your presentation was a little confusing to me, and you know, and I don't know how we can make that better. I'm sure you have certain guidelines that you're trying to follow, but I think we need something that we can look at. I guess my first question had to do with our current workforce distribution. I think we need to know, I guess if we move this forward to next year, we'll know something about how
we've changed.
In one way or the other. So that's kind of, you know, my mind moves in more simplistic ways, I guess. Anyway, just a, not criticism, but just something that we could probably do better next time.
We will take it as helpful hints and do our best
Yeah,
to
a helpful hint, right. Okay,
provide
now.
more clarity in the next go-around.
209.
Mr. Stark?
Mr. Stark.
Choking on one's own words is a price of being picky. That's an accurate assessment, Madam Chair.
Better than being hung on your own petard.
Oh, definitely. Much better than being caught on
right.
one's own petard. Woody and I set out at a couple pages the basic sort of lay of the land with respect to the interplay of Proposition 209, the federal executive order, and our affirmative action plan. So I think that if I understand what is desired, we will give you a concise overview with mental bullet points without an actual PowerPoint demonstration, so the board, you can understand what the highlights as far as the do's or can do's and must do's and can't do's are. The bottom line is the California State Appellate Courts, both the Court of Appeal and a decision called Connerly versus State Personnel Board last year, and the State Supreme Court in a decision called the High Voltage case, which is a case out of the city of San Jose, essentially have interpreted the deceptively broad and simple language of Proposition 209, which by its terms prohibits racial preferences of any sort. There is one big exception, and that is that a local jurisdiction may take into account racial preferences and engage in affirmative action when that is required by federal law to remedy past discriminations. Let me summarize. First, focused recruitment efforts were struck down in the Connerly case. No, you can't do them. You can't recruit, hire, give preference to people on the basis of their race or their gender. You can't have goals or quotas. You can't have what is referred to as focused outreach programs. They appear to be generally impermissible. You may, and in fact, as we will soon see, you must gather statistical data under Proposition 209 like you just saw in order to determine the makeup of our workforce and determine whether there's underutilization. That in fact is required by federal law. That you cannot, however, you cannot establish goals and impose affirmative action requirements simply because the statistical data shows an underutilization of women or minorities. Rather, if your data shows that, a duty is imposed upon the government to investigate further. And if the evidence shows that there has been past discrimination, or as Freya put, barriers to opportunity, then you must take effort, under federal law, you must take efforts to remedy that. But the mere statistical underutilization alone is not sufficient to allow a local government to have hiring quotas, other affirmative action practices. Now, again, one further point. If the federal law requires you to remedy past discrimination, and in most cases it does, then you have to employ these remedies. If it merely permits a local government to remedy it, then it is not an exception of 209 under Proposition 209, so say the courts, such action by a California government is prohibited. Now, so generally speaking, and so far as what we have seen, basically tangible forms of action to reach out and hire or give significant tangible preferences in employment to women and minorities are prohibited by Proposition 209, except as a federal contractor, when the county has federal contracts, we have to have a written affirmative action plan, and we do. And we must require in our contracts non-discrimination clauses by persons who contract with the county, which we do. In our case, we do it by incorporation of our local anti-discrimination ordinance by reference. And we must keep statistics that show the utilization of women and minorities in the workforce. If those statistics reveal an underutilization of women and minorities, as Freya explained to you, then there is the duty to investigate further and determine whether there has been past discrimination. Bottom line, we believe that our county's current affirmative action program does comply with Proposition 209, with a possible exception that you could read into it an obligation to trigger focused recruitment efforts solely because of statistical anomalies rather than this second stage investigation. Otherwise, we believe that the elements of our current plan are required by the federal executive order in order to maintain federal funding in certain areas and are not prohibited by Proposition 209. If that didn't confuse you too much, I must tell you that the language of the various cases and executive orders, etc., is not particularly felicitous. This is our best interpretation of the language so far, based primarily on the court opinion.
I must say, I felt I was at the Mad Tea Party when I was reading this. You know, it is so confusing. I certainly understand what you wrote in the staff report. I'm interested in knowing what else besides federal contracts. You refer to or allude to exceptions. What else is there that we're allowed to focus on, or for example?
Well, I mean, the exception, the sole exception.
So there's only one exception. Then.
Where there, as far as we know, the only relevant federal law that requires us to engage in this is federal contracting.
So then there is nothing else in our program that where we can do focused recruitment, for example.
Well, let me give you a caveat.
Turn that around.
So you can be clear to what we may do.
Okay.
We may reach out to women and minorities. What we can't do is give them an opportunity that's not available to other people. So once you do the basic level of recruitment to everyone, if you do an additional level and more outreach, we believe that that is permissible. That's not granting a preference.
So it's a broad-based
A
recruitment?
broad-based recruiting effort, even a broad-based recruiting effort that reaches out in minority language people, papers and publications, we believe is permissible so long as it's broad enough that no one is being deprived of an opportunity to participate in employment opportunities.
We must, in other words, be inclusive.
Yes.
Mrs. Dirk, you said regarding the county's contracts with federal entities, I thought there were 3 things and I only got 2. First, we have to have an affirmative action plan.
Yes.
Which we do. A non-discrimination clause.
Yes.
And what was the third?
We have to compile the statistics, and if the statistics show an underutilization, then we're required to investigate further to determine if there's been evidence of past discrimination that we're required to remedy.
And statistical evidence of utilization is what's required.
Yes, and that evidence alone cannot be the basis. Like Supervisor Rose said, the language is very, it's hard to penetrate. The statistics by themselves can't be used to trigger the remedial action, but they do trigger the duty to investigate, and if the investigation reveals past discrimination, barriers to opportunity, that finding triggers the duty to take remedial action in order to
Is
remedy.
underutilization itself assumed to be evidence of past discrimination?
No. I don't believe it is.
Then could you relate, I not having a definition of utilization here, this is the most confusing part for me, but could you relate that requirement to the statistics that Mr. Laponis and Ms. Schultz just marched us through?
I
through
think that Ms. Schultz is probably in the best position to tell you what the tests are. I think there are 4 tests to determine utilization, and she would be in the best position to
Okay,
tell
well,
you
if this
that.
is getting too lengthy, I could get it in a written form subsequent to today's discussion. But I'm trying to get a handle on all of this, and that's one aspect of it that is eluding me.
With regard to the example I gave of women executives, the figure of 29% female executives being women is the utilization of women. The tests for underutilization provided by the executive order are any difference between that and the calculated expected level of utilization, in other words, the weighted average that I mentioned earlier, a fraction of a difference, a whole person difference, 80% below expected, and finally, a difference which amounts to 2 standard deviations from what you would have anticipated by calculating.
So what we're comparing is when we say utilization, the actual utilization within our workforce compared to the most recently available census data. Is that correct? Because that's what it seems to me we have here.
Yes,
Statewide
census data plus the percentages are applied to our own assessment of internal availability as well. In other words, and the sources of census data have
internal
to be
availability.
that is, for instance, if we're recruiting for managers, we estimate that 75% of the current managers in our labor force came from our own labor force. They came from either professional supervisory positions or one of the some of the professional groups.
How do we calculate, or don't we, the availability of labor in our community, within our community, but not presently within our workforce?
There's a special file that the census generates called the EEO special file. We use for our labor area, which it's a recruitment area. I've forgotten which it was. It's been 10 years since I did this job. We use the census files for Santa Barbara County, for Ventura County and for the state of California as a whole. These have different percentages. We estimate, based on the sources we've gotten people from in the past, what percentage to apply to each of the availability in each of those. The new rules of the Department of Labor require us only to use internal and external availability, so it will get simpler in the future. But what we used was what we did in the past.
I would add to that confusion, if I could, the following. Oftentimes people would compare or feel that we ought to compare to the population in general. That is, how many people do you have working for you who are female, how many do you have working for you who are Hispanic, compared to the population in the area, period. That is not what we're talking about. We're talking about comparing it, as I understand it, to the available workforce. That is, those people in the workforce who are qualified for that particular classification, who are within the area from which we recruit, who happen to be female and or Hispanic, by way of illustration. Is that?
Yeah, I was
that's
trying,
a much
that's
different
clear to me,
number.
but I was trying to understand the county workforce as being that universe to which we're comparing, in contrast to the external available work.
That's exactly what the graphs tried to do. The county workforce was at the bottom of the graphs, exactly how we were as of that date, and then we tried to compare that actual data to the census data for the state, the relevant data for the Santa Barbara Ventura area, relevant data for the combined areas, that sort of thing, so you get a context of how the current county workforce compares to these others by way of females and minorities.
Brown, did you have a comment? And so the most current census data will be available next year. Is that?
As soon as it's available, it's our understanding it will be next year. If it's available before then, naturally we'll start work at that time. As soon as it's available, we'll start work on it. It will take some time to develop this information from the data once it is available.
Yes, Supervisor Rose.
I guess the bottom line for me is, in light of 209 and its constraints, what specifically can we do as Santa Barbara County do to improve our numbers, our utilization, to move people up? And I see at the end the report, and you have a list of things here, and maybe the very last bullet speaks to that, but I'd certainly like in the future to know more specific things we should be or can be doing. And I don't expect that, I mean, that's part of the report, but it doesn't get to the specifics that I'm looking for. So at some point in the future, I'd like to know what we can do.
Well, I appreciate you segueing into the next section of the report, which concerns some of the projects on which we're currently working. Then following that, Ms. Lujan will discuss some of the ideas she has for us moving forward. It's a dynamic, and we're trying to find a way to thread this needle relative to 209. So if you bear with us at any rate, and perhaps you can appreciate our situation, but know that we are about trying to determine what best to do and then going about doing it. Certainly, we're administering the Affirmative Action Commission. There's no question about that. The commission just met, as I said last week, is very active and participatory. I attended that meeting, and there were a number of others who did as well. At the time before that, there were a number of people from the community. There's a lot of interest in the commission, and the commissioners themselves seem to be very engaged in what they're doing. We recently recruited and hired Claudia Lujan as the Equal Opportunity Manager. She started on the 18th of March. She was introduced to your board, I believe, the day after, and is here again today to give you some idea of what she has in mind. We're in the process of just beginning, actually, to develop a diversity appreciation program that would help county employees better understand and appreciate the value of diversity in the workplace. Managing this project is Keith Davis, our Human Relations Commission Administrator. We are evaluating the various recruitment and selection procedures and the impact that they have on minorities and women. Managing this project from this point forward will be Claudia, along with Teresa Dewar, who's the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department. We're formulating an outline for a leadership development program which will help county line employees become supervisors.
supervisors.
Supervisors become managers, and managers become executives. The county administrator, Michael Brown, and Ann Goodrich, the Human Resources Director, and Bill Chiat, our Director of Organizational Effectiveness, are managing this project. And again, we're at this point formulating that outline, not ready to put plan to paper yet. We have analyzed and are continuing to analyze the impacts of Proposition 209 as been addressed here by our county council. We are developing current county data related to affirmative action. That analysis is included in this report. We have a significant amount of data that Ray Schultz, management staff in the Social Services Department, has worked on this project and has provided us that we're now going to utilize as a basis for developing an affirmative action plan, which will come later. And as you may have read in the paper, we are responding to the League of United Latin American Citizens, LULAC, to honor their request for certain affirmative action related information. And we'll work with them. And finally, again, developing this new county affirmative action plan in accordance with federal guidelines, Proposition 209, and current county workforce data. Claudia Lujan, our EO manager, will be managing that project. If you have any questions about these, I'll entertain them. If not, I'd ask that we allow Claudia an opportunity to indicate what she has in mind at this point for her division.
Good.
Thank you. Just briefly speaking, having been here about 11 days, I put a couple of thoughts together, so bear with me on it, if you would. One, continued data analysis, trying to understand the county system here. Freya's been kind enough and Human Resources to work with me in trying to understand how we are collecting that data and responding to it, and that will be in the forthcoming affirmative action plan to you all and available for public comment as well. And also continue to work in a collaborative effort with Human Resources to ensure that we're doing everything that we can as county agency to make it an inclusive, not an exclusive type of a process, reviewing it, and I have an open door policy, as I mentioned to some of the supervisors in one-on-one meetings, but I look forward to working with Human Resources and doing more of those in working on recruitment and promotional opportunities from within. In short, that wraps it up from what I've been able to work on in the last 10 days, and if you have any suggestions, I'm happy to entertain them or any questions as well.
Well, we realize you haven't had much time to work on this, and we'll look forward to working with you all year long and to your report next year. Any other comments from the board? Any requests to speak on this item? No. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. O'Connor.
If I could, I would, of course, like to thank the people who are at this table for the hard, difficult, enduring work they have done and will continue to do. But I'd also like to thank Pam Boland, who is our support person in the EEO office. She's done a remarkable job, particularly during the interim period of time that previous EEO manager David McDonald left in March of almost 6 months, where we tried to ensure that the affirmative action program continued well. She stepped up to the plate and did a tremendous job for us. Likewise, Alan Casey, who is known in a sense from social services, who I don't know exactly on loan. He was able to do and got the privilege to do his current job in healthcare and public health. Not necessarily state public health. And on top of that, we are interim EEO managers doing a remarkable job in the discrimination complaints and administering the commission and helping us build the report. I thought it was appropriate to do that in as much as these people have spent a considerable amount of time during this period and then to obtain this data. Everyone should have been, certainly the Human Resources Department, Freya, and others, without whom we could not have possibly done it. So thank you. And I see Mr. Ronaldo Ibarra in the audience, who's the chair of the Affirmative Action Commission. I'd also like to thank him and his efforts to help us with the interviewing process for the Affirmative Action Officer position, as well as all of the other commissioners who do the job there.
Very good. Thank you very much, one and all. I know it was a difficult process. Do we have a motion to see what is our action on this item? We have to receive the report officially.
I'll move that we accept the report on the County Affirmative Action Program and look forward to the one coming in the near future.
A motion by Supervisor Rose. Do we have a second? Second by Supervisor Gray. Roll call, please.
Ms. Schwartz.
Aye.
Ms. Rose.
Aye.
Ms. Gray. Mr. Urbanski.
Aye.
Ms. Marshall.
Aye. Do we need setup time? Do you need 5 minutes? Is that a yes or a no? Big breath time?
Madam Chair, Supervisors, item number 6 comes from the County Administrator's Office, asking your board to consider recommendations regarding the feasibility of a Montecito Area Planning Commission and a Montecito Board of Architectural Review.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, members of the board who've been in front of you on this item previously. I will just introduce our staff, esteemed staff member, Melinda Floyd, who will make a presentation this morning. I believe Ms. Meester is also here, who will help with some portions of that presentation.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. Our presentation is going to be brief. The majority of the Area Planning Commission hearing took place February 26th. I will give a quick introduction of the background of this issue, along with 2 matters that your board directed further information back on February 26th. This is the 4th time the Area Planning Commission has come before your board. Your board initially directed the county administrator staff to conduct a feasibility study on the creation of area planning commissions in Santa Barbara County on September 4th. On October 2nd, your board authorized a work program that the staff had presented, and on February 26th, we had presented the results of that study. The study presented 3 potential courses of actions for your board. The first being status quo, the second being creation of an area planning commission with full authority of the planning commission, zoning authority, and creation of a board of architectural review. The third option was the creation of an area planning commission, although with limited scope as defined by your board. Your board did not take action on February 26th. You had directed staff to clarify a few issues, one being a financial matter and the second being criteria for future establishment of area planning commissions. At the time of the study, staff had proposed or had operated under the assumption that the area planning commission in Montecito would meet during the evenings in a local Montecito facility. Since then, as far as cost, staff has created a new set of assumptions, which is hopefully going to bring down the cost. Initially, with the previous set of assumptions, the annual operating cost for the Area Planning Commission was to be $110,000 approximately, with $14,000 as an initial startup fee for the purchase of media equipment, etc. After further evaluation with planning and development administrator staff using the new assumption that the Area Planning Commission would meet in the existing hearing room, which is the Planning Commission hearing room. We identified approximately $40,000 in savings. And if we can turn down the lights, I have a schedule that details the savings there. Initially, it was about $110,000. Now we're looking at about $71,100 in projected annual operating costs. The major changes were the board specialist. We have reduced that full-time position down to a .8 full-time equivalent. There were some reductions in staffing as far as the PC secretary, and minor reductions in staff are in postage, mileage, and supplies. And Diane Meester is here to, if you have further questions about the cost detail. Another issue that the board had been concerned of is the $110,000 identified cost was for general fund, essentially. And during a time when we are in recession, Planning and Development Department in particular is having difficulties with their 2002-2003 budget. We are proposing, or that the board consider, increased permit fees for the funding of the $71,100. Upon preliminary review, the increased fee for the Area Planning Commission would be approximately $1,300 per case, based on the assumption of 30 cases annually. And for the Board of Architectural Review in Montecito, the increased cost would be approximately $300 per case, assuming about 110 cases annually, based on past case history. The board could choose to fund the additional $71,000 annual cost with a partial offset of permit fees, or we could use straight general fund contingency as the full cost.
Supervisor Rose? Going back to those first numbers you talked about, the $1,300 and the $300 increase, what percentage increase would that be over the current costs? I don't know what the current costs are. So.
We haven't calculated it as a percentage. It's more than 100%. It's a significant increase.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Rose, just to give you an idea of what the current hearing costs are. The Board of Architectural Review for a normal preliminary final approval is $385. In a community with specific community design standards, which applies in Montecito, it's $525. So it'd be an additional $300 on top of that. For zoning administrator hearings, the current just hearing cost is $250. The current planning commission hearing cost is $820, which is applied to the fees that are submitted on case.
So you're thinking about
So
adding...
it's substantial.
You're thinking about increasing going from 800 to 1,300?
No, going from 800 to...
No, what's the 1,300 for?
It's 1,300 on top of the existing charge. What we did was we took the costs of running the Montecito Planning Commission and spread those costs over the number of cases that we anticipate. And obviously, over time this may change. Same with the BAR. We took the costs of administering a separate Montecito BAR and spread those over the, historic data that we have, that historic number. So it's not that we're proposing this, board asked, having you do it without having a general fund cost, and so we're presenting what that would take in terms of fees.
Just one other question. With things being so tight for us financially, I really appreciate this approach and this analysis. But I feel like it went very far. In terms of the numbers. And I understand what you were trying to do. I just wonder if there's some midpoint. And I know we didn't ask you to do that.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Rose, obviously there's a midpoint between charging no fees and having it be, if you decide
100%
to go
plus,
forward and
yeah.
paying the entire cost increase out of the general fund or doing something in between. We just provided you kind of the bookends. Here's
I
what it
got
would
it.
cost out of the general fund. If you
Here's
didn't-
complete coverage, right.
Exactly. So supervisors can pick any point.
Well, Ms. Meester, just so I understand the figures then that are for our consideration, and I realize these are estimates, but without, for permit fees to absorb the estimated entire cost, we would need to raise BAR fees by $300, is that correct? And what shall we call the others? Land use permit fees?
It's, Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz, it's not actually for land use permits, it's for cases that would go to the planning commission, so it's
Right.
a hearing cost fee.
Hearing
There's
cost.
a fixed fee that we
Right,
charge to every
hearing
case that
cost.
goes to hearing.
And that would need to be raised $820.
No, 1,300.
1,300.
So if a case were to go to the Montecito Planning
It's
Commission
820 presently.
to go to the planning commission.
Correct.
And
Okay,
it's
I just wanted
250
to-
to go to the zoning administrator. Both of those costs would
Got it.
remain plus $1,300 on top of it to go to
I understand that. These would be additional costs, but I just want to be sure I get the
your base
figures.
costs, right.
So it'd be $300 to go to the BAR, and in addition, I'm sorry, in addition to the $385 that's presently.
Actually, 525, because it's 525 in Montecito because Montecito has the design review overlay.
It's presently 525.
If I'm reading my fee schedules properly, yes.
Okay. There'd be an additional $300 to go to the BAR.
Right.
And as for planning commission hearing costs, it's presently $820, and it would take an additional $1,300 to cover
The more,
that.
the more significant increases from zoning administrator costs, which are 250.
That's what I was
we
trying
would
to
have
get at.
add 1,300 to that 250 for cases that went to the planning commission, the Montecito Planning Commission.
Say that again. Zoning administrator cases are now $250, and that would
That would
need
go,
to.
that would go to $1,550. You would add $1,300 in cost to that as well, because they broke it on a CPC.
Thank you.
Okay, and initially I had identified contingency as the available funding source if we choose to implement the area planning commissions at this time. If the board chooses to delay implementation of area planning commission until next year, we are in an ideal part of the budget phase where we could incorporate the budget revisions into 2002-2003 budget and just roll it into our ongoing operating budget process.
Okay, I need to go a little further than that. I understand that, but what does that mean exactly? Does that mean that we, if this were adopted, we would see a budget expansion? How does this roll into the planning and development department's budget?
Well, as it is, planning and development is suffering decreases to service levels to continue with their existing general fund contribution. They've had pretty substantial increases to their liability insurance and workers' comp insurance in addition to the impact of Goleta. I would suggest that the general fund, it would be a general fund expansion authorized by the board.
Okay.
Or offset by fees, or partially offset by fees.
Okay, do you have more presentation for us?
The second
Ward?
issue,
Okay.
yes. The second issue that your board had directed staff to return with was to establish criteria for establishment of future area planning commissions. We are pretty new to area planning commissions. We don't have any experience implementing these bodies, and there isn't too much out there to compare to as far as in other jurisdictions. So we would suggest we monitor the Montecito Area Planning Commission and evaluate its success through recurring performance measures, and at a time to be determined by the board, we would suggest 2 years would be appropriate, would be to return to the board with that criteria, with some measures on the success of Montecito Area Planning Commission. So in conclusion, we have 5 action items for you today, and I'll just walk you through them. The first would be for the board to determine whether or not to establish an area planning commission. The second would be to define the scope of authority for the planning commission. The third would be to direct staff to return with an ordinance and the appropriate procedural matters related to implementation. The fourth would be to define funding. We could direct staff to return with a fee study related to funding or partially funding the area planning commission. And the final would be to direct staff to return in 2 years to report the success rate of the Montecito Area Planning Commission and to propose criteria for setting additional planning commissions. And I would like to remind the board that staff does not feel that this is a managerial issue. This is an issue of policy, so we do not have a recommendation for you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments from staff? Okay, very good. Bring it back to the board for questions, or do have a number of public comment speakers, so why don't we go there? Robert McGreblian, followed by Sally Kinzel.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Supervisors. I'm representing the Montecito Planning Commission proposal group. There are other members of the group present today, and some of them may have some comments to make as well. I have just 2 points that I want to make to the board. First, that we ask that you give conceptual approval to the option 2 area planning commission description that staff prepared, which you have from your previous meeting. This is a description which encompasses all the authority and responsibility of the planning commission as presently applied to the countywide commission. We do recognize, however, that there are certain issues that are best left to countywide consideration, such as the affordable housing, the regional transportation plan, landfill, etc. And we do believe that these should not be assigned as responsibility to the Montecito Planning Commission. We suggest also that having established such a commission, that after a 3-year period, that an evaluation be made of the performance and effectiveness of the commission, and at that time any changes or improvements that are seen fit could be included, and the criteria established as staff has recommended for future consideration of such commissions. The second item I want to comment on is the matter of the financial analysis that staff has prepared. We have reviewed that analysis and in fact spoken to staff about it, and we find that apart from some minor disagreements with regard to the details of the analysis, that the number $71,000 a year for incremental costs for establishing the commission seems reasonable. They have, as indicated, also proposed that one way in which the county could diminish or reduce the cost of this Montecito Planning Commission would be to charge an extra fee to those cases that are heard before the Montecito community. And as they indicated, the current fee before a planning commission is $820, and they're adding $1,300 to bring it to $2,120. And that the Montecito BAR, which currently charges $380, the current BAR, which charges $385 per permit or per application, they're asking for an additional $300, bringing it to $685. If you apply these numbers to the number of cases that the staff has estimated would appear before the commission and before the Montecito BAR, that you'll find that the total comes to exactly $72,000 a year, which would completely cover the incremental cost of establishing such a commission as determined by them. It's our opinion that these extra fees or extra charges are excessive and would be unfair to the community. We should like to know, however, at the outset as to whether or not this board feels that it's important that the community carry the cost of the incremental cost of having such a commission. That is to say, should the community be charged with this additional $71,000 by increasing the fees? I should mention, of course, that the community already contributes more than $32 million a year in tax revenues to the county, of which over $6 million after services have been paid for returns or is applied to the general fund. And we think that the $71,000 being estimated here for incremental cost for a commission is not an unreasonable request for a return of some monies to the community in the form of a planning commission. Now, if the board would like to consider perhaps sharing the financial burden between the county general fund and the community, then that's a matter that we would like to take under advisement. And we ask that this part of the program then be continued to another meeting so that we may consult with the community and see what their reaction would be to a cost sharing. That completes my comments.
Thank you very much. Sally Kinsale, followed by Dan Idelson.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Supervisors. This is very short. This morning I spoke with the president of the Montecito Association, Diane Pancook, who told me that she would not be in attendance today, but she also said that the Montecito Association stands by the letter which she read, and I know you have a copy of it somewhere. The association stands by its earlier comments that were made at the last time we discussed this. Thank you.
Thank you. Dan Idelson, followed by Bob Short.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I recognize your financial responsibility, and $71,000 is a lot of money, and you need to fully justify every additional expense. But I wanted to approach this in a little different fashion. That is, in the community of Montecito, we have our ordinances in place, which of course you know, and through the careful management that the association has provided and the county, we have been able to maintain some very good property values. And as a result, some of these properties, each time they turn over, generate quite a bit of revenue. I can give you an example of one that was under $1 million about 3 years ago, sold for over 10 later, and then right away, within 3 more years, sold for over $50 million. Now that's an extreme case, so I use an extreme case to share my point. But in that case, you went from less than $10,000 worth of taxes per year to a number in excess of $500,000 a year worth of taxes generated. And that same piece of property, if it was elsewhere in the county, in many areas it wouldn't draw more than 10 cents on the dollar from that number. So what I'm saying is it's the efficiency, and I think we can improve our efficiency with an area planning commission. By improving that efficiency, I think, too, you provide increase in taxes, increased revenue, and no increase in services would have to go along with it. So that would even give, I think, additional money in the general fund for the rest of the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bob Short, followed by Susan Keller.
Madam Chair, Supervisors, I have found no significant evidence of support for an area planning commission in Montecito. Nevertheless, if it's installed with a full package of authority, it may actually produce some benefit for the community. However, if it is initiated in any way related to the scheduling and format proposed by staff, I think it would be a horrible disservice to Montecito. In the first place, we would be having meetings with half frequency all the way downtown for projects that are almost entirely handled by the Land Use Committee now in Montecito. It would be a great disservice in scheduling to do so. With regard to track maps, which are excluded, as I understand, from the proposal, they are probably the most serious thing any community affects, and this APC would have no impact on it. Legislative actions, I'm not exactly sure what that means, but it might well mean the impact on future general plans. Apparently no authority in the coastal range, which would exclude the largest projects that are likely to occur in Montecito. For the changes of the Biltmore, and while the Miramar has been approved, it's obvious to me there's going to be major changes made in it, and our APC would have no authority. There's no authority over affordable housing. And when you look at the fact that our current general plan recommends 194 affordable housing units, and most of our citizens support some worthwhile affordable housing, this APC would have no authority or guidance into how that's handled and when and where. Lastly, my experience with human nature tells me that all of these excluded items will be handled by staff and the Planning Commission, which really resisted an APC. So our community would be forced to go to people from whom we've taken things they didn't want to give and ask them for their assistance in the things that they do control. I think it would be a tragic mistake for Montecito to go in that direction. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Susan Keller, and our final speaker will be Harry Hovey.
Good afternoon. I'm here today as an individual and also as a member of the Montecito Association appointed governance committee. And in the process of our governance committee, we did study the Area Planning Commission as well as other forms of governance. When I was here last month, I spoke in support of the Area Planning Commission because an unlimited Area Planning Commission would accomplish a very good purpose in Montecito by providing us with local control over an area that many people consider to be of utmost importance, i.e. land use and planning, while still stopping short of cityhood that remains a rather controversial and divisive issue in the community. At this point, I have to say that what is being proposed is making less and less sense to me. I would like to remind you of the genesis of this effort toward Area Planning Commission. It came from a group of individuals who were acting independently. It did not come from a groundswell of support in the community. In fact, the general community of Montecito is still very uninformed and very much not in support of this because they aren't informed about it. And at this point, the limitations that are being imposed are going to cause much more of a downside for the community than an upside. As Mr. Short just pointed out, rather than having twice monthly meetings that are local and convenient at convenient times, they would have to come downtown for a meeting during the daytime, which would be much less convenient. And then if there's any imposition of any additional fees whatsoever, they're going to be burdened by that. In addition, there will be a precedent set for limiting the authority of the Area Planning Commission in areas that are really of vital concern to Montecito residents. So at this point, the Montecito Association, Land Use Committee, and Architectural Review Board are doing a very good job. If their authority is taken over by an Area Planning Commission that has less power than it should, it's going to eviscerate the Montecito Association and their authority in the community. It will basically give the Montecito Association very little to do and very little to say about what happens in the community, and it will remove the power, what there is of it, to a centralized Santa Barbara group that will be less attached to the community. I'm just seeing more and more, for cost-saving purposes and because there's some concern about the extent of authority of the Area Planning Commission, I'm seeing less and less of an upside for the people of Montecito. And I hope that you'll seriously consider moving ahead with this unless it's certain that there really will be a benefit for the residents and that there really is a great deal of support in the community for this action. Thank you.
Thank you. Harry Hovey, and we have an additional request to speak from Joan Wells.
My name is Harry Hovey, and I normally represent the Wyatt Road Neighborhood Association, but today I'm representing myself. And at the last meeting, I was really concerned about the concern of the board as far as the cost of this area planning commission may be. And something entered my mind I'd like to pass it off to you is that, as you all know, there's been a group of very strong people in Montecito that are interested in cityhood. And in my opinion, this is a real viable alternative. And I think that the board should look at it from this standpoint as far as cost is concerned, that if we do not get a Montecito Area Planning Commission, then the likelihood of Montecito becoming a city becomes much stronger because many of my friends are sitting on the fence. And if this should happen, I think that what the county should look at is not the $100,000 or the $70,000 that it may cost you, but at how much money you're going to have to take out of your pocket if we become a city. Because there would be millions of dollars coming back into the city, and I think most of us long-term residents really don't want to see that. We want to stay with the county. And I feel very, very strongly that this is a different perspective. And if you're taking a dime out of your pocket, it's a lot better than taking, let's say, $10 out of your pocket. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Joan Wells.
I'm just here to speak briefly in favor of the proposal before you, and just to help some of the speakers previously that seemed confused. My understanding of what's before you today with this number, this dollar figure, is the entire package of all the Planning Commission responsibilities except for those things mentioned, affordable housing, that really have countywide implications regionally as far as state law and other issues are concerned. And as far as, I just wanted to make sure that you understood that the Land Use Committee and the association, I'm sure, will go forward, probably not hearing specific projects maybe, but certainly the association is important to the community to look at overall issues like affordable housing and circulation element and that sort of thing. So I would hope that they would continue to operate in a way that was supportive of the planning issues in the county in regards to Montecito. And regardless of whether you come to the Land Use Committee or not in Montecito, which is of course voluntary on the part of applicants, you still have to go through the county process of going to the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors on some issues. So I hope you will support. I hope that you will really consider funding the entire amount of the increased cost. I know your budget is tight, but I think we can prove our worth in Montecito to the county, and I think that you may find it as a good investment. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public testimony. Is there any wrap-up from staff?
Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify the cost issue. When we came before the board last time in February, we presented a set of costs that assumed that the Montecito Planning Commission would meet twice a month in the community in the evenings and be fully supported. And at that hearing, your board asked us to revisit those costs and to try and trim those costs to the extent we could. And so that's what we've done. If the board thinks that those provisions, the assumptions that we've now made once a month at the county during the day aren't acceptable, that's fine. It's just a cost issue. So you've sort of got the bookends on the level of service that you could provide with an area planning commission in Montecito if that's what you wanted to do. But I just wanted to make it clear to the board and more importantly to the public that it wasn't that we thought this is all Montecito deserved in this particular case or this was the best way to run it. It was just a more efficient way to run it and a less costly way to run it. And I think Ms. Wells clarified very well what is before your board. We basically have three options to consider in terms of formation of an area planning commission, particularly in Montecito. You could decide not to do it at all. you could do establish an area planning commission and include the full scope of duties that the current planning commission has, as well as the zoning administrator, and along with that, establish a Montecito BAR. Or you could consider a little more limited scope of decision-making authority for the planning commission and also the BAR. The BAR kind of feeds into those two options.
I would
Mr.
but add
McComas?
to that, hopefully clarifying that what you have in front of you by way of cost, the $71,000, would in effect be, you'll pardon the expression, the full Monte as it pertains to the authority issue of the planning commission. These figures were based upon caseload numbers that assumed full authority of the Montecito Planning Commission as it relates to the county planning commission. That is, did not take away any of the authority relative to the coast, any authority relative to track maps. This is the whole business.
Just for option 2, essentially.
The difference is immaterial.
Supervisor Schwartz?
Thank you. Well, first let me say that I appreciate all the work that's been done on this, both by our staff, both the county administrative staff as well as planning and development. And I appreciate all the work that's been done in the community because I have to say, Mr. Short, I've heard from many people in the Montecito community, and many of them do understand what's being proposed and are in favor. I'm impressed from the initial request that this comes to us with the signatures of over a dozen people who have been long-term residents of Montecito, many of them past presidents of the Montecito Association, and very, very active and well-informed in the issues of land use, both countywide and in their own community. I reviewed everyone's testimony from the last hearing, as well as the revised staff report, and let me say the following. I just want to repeat that Montecito is in a unique position because it is a part of the unincorporated area of the county with its own zoning ordinance. I think that needs to be a basis for our consideration of an area planning commission for this part of the county. And whether any other areas in the future, Orchid or others, remain unincorporated and wish to proceed down a similar path, I think remains to be seen. But I do think we have the opportunity here to see how this works. Just like the grand jury suggested to us, that it is a structure that's worthy of our trying out. I understand Supervisor Urbanski is not in support of this because of the basic philosophy that areas which include substantial population really ought to be focused on becoming cities, and I acknowledge that. I understand for that another issue for some of my colleagues has been the question of cost, and I want to get to that, but before I do, I want to say something about the scope of authority here. I think that the regional issues are acknowledged to be ones which should be dealt with by the countywide planning commission. And I don't know if you want to include wireless communications, because we are looking at a wireless ordinance. And once the ordinance is in place, I think it can be applied by an area planning commission. But we would look to an area planning commission then as an advisory body to the county planning commission if there is a project within the Montecito community that does have regional significance. There's obviously, that's logical, that's reasonable. We wouldn't expect a Montecito planning commission to be mute on a regional project to be cited within that community. I want to say regarding convenience of participation, because I think the association has provided a remarkable opportunity for a high level of community participation. But we have to remember that association discussions and decisions are advisory only, and that everyone who wishes to take or follow a project through the county process has had to come downtown, and actually has had to deal with planning commissioners less familiar with their own community than what we're envisioning here. So I hope this would really provide a heightened level of participation, because personally I see an important ongoing role for the association itself. I would like to reiterate my feeling that Montecito Planning Commission, which I strongly support, ought to include projects within the coastal zone. I've mentioned that before. I'm not in the least concerned about consistency because we have an approved, county-approved local coastal plan, which includes the Montecito Community Plan and the design and architectural guidelines for the Montecito community. That has all been approved by the Coastal Commission. We have the basic ground rules clearly established. I don't think there's any reason to suspect that a Montecito Planning Commission would not apply coastal zone policies at least as consistently as our county jurisdictions within our South Coast communities. Our cities. We've got Carpinteria and Santa Barbara and Goleta, and they all have their own coastal plans. And if we're concerned about consistency, that's the job of the Coastal Commission to reconcile. So, to me, it's critical in this community in which so much of the coastal zone makes up the community, would that be included. I think if we do this, we're going to expedite planning for not only the Montecito community, which, as has been expressed, is going to accelerate the amount of property tax increases that we may hope to see, but also for the rest of county projects, because, as was explained, the Planning Commission, County Planning Commission's workload is not going to decrease. What's going to happen is that people will have to wait a shorter period of time to get their projects heard and decided. Not only the Planning Commission, but the BAR, and I think that is really important. I expect we'll be looking at a more efficient system if we go in this direction. I think there are some questions that are outstanding and that we need to get further definition for. One has to do with the performance measures for monitoring, and that's not something that's before us. We haven't discussed it in any detail, and I wouldn't think we ought to begin that discussion today. The other has to do with qualifications for membership in these new bodies if we set them up. And those two questions I would hope we can ask staff to return to the community with for further dialogue and recommendations back to our board if this is a successful effort there. I do want to talk about cost. And I am very sensitive to the fact that we are putting together a budget here in which we're asking departments to cut costs. Our own Board of Supervisors declined to take a cost of living increase this year out of respect for the difficulty of balancing our budget. I think in this case, I would like to begin by suggesting that the $70,000, which is estimated here, be a cost that the county is willing to absorb. I want to point out that if we don't begin this till the next calendar year, we're looking at $35,000 in next year's budget, and we're looking at $70,000 beyond. And I think we will find that increased property costs from property tax revenues from Montecito more than offset this kind of additional cost, and I think that is a very reasonable approach. So that's where I'd like to begin the cost discussion, and I would like to hear from my colleagues, because I know cost was a consideration in our last discussion.
Supervisor Rose?
Madam Shores, Board Member Shores, before we go on to the cost, could I ask you to comment on all the items on page 9 of the staff report previous to that, which goes down the different areas of authority. You've commented on some of them, but not others, and so I'm trying to get a handle on where you're going with yours.
Okay, I think I'll begin with
Which-
page 8, actually, of that staff report, which lists, begins with option 1, option 2.
No, I know that, but at the very bottom of 9, it talks about what's not included.
That's what's not included
Yeah,
in option 3.
Oh, okay, all right.
So I'd like to go back to option 2.
Okay, go ahead then.
That's really what I want to refer to, which is on page 8. And I'd like to add an exclusion there, and that would be for projects of regional significance, such as transportation, landfills, solid waste issues, and projects that are affordable housing projects. Regarding the latter, should any be recommended or be proposed for Montecito, the Montecito Planning Commission would have an opportunity to make recommendations on such projects, but the authority would rest with the countywide planning commission for affordable housing projects.
Also, so.
Yeah. And I think, Ms. Meester, is there anything else you wanted to add to clarify the authority issue?
Madam Chair, I think I understand that what you're suggesting for authority include everything in option 2 except affordable housing projects and the regional improvements that are outlined.
That was really the question I was asking.
Page 9, and then in terms of affordable housing projects, those would be referred to the Area Planning Commission for a recommendation to the countywide planning commission.
Well, I think that
or
any
for
of
all
these,
of the projects.
any regional
Any of
projects that go to the county planning commission for authority, obviously could, if they're proposed for Montecito,
Then they go to the Montecito Planning
for
Commission
recommendation.
advisory. Okay,
Yeah.
that's all I was trying to clarify. I wasn't sure if you wanted all of them or just the housing.
Now, I'm afraid, now you've got me confused. I'm sorry. So they would come to the county planning commission, a transportation issue, for example, for discussion, and then go to the area planning commission?
Only within the Montecito community.
Right, of
Yes.
course.
Madam Chair, but I think it's the other way around.
Okay.
They would go to the Montecito Planning Commission for an advisory recommendation to the countywide planning commission.
And that would include also affordable housing issues?
I believe so.
Just to then follow up on the financial question, I was leaning towards the idea of the county and Montecito sharing that cost of $71,000, I think it is. But your comment about increased property tax returns intrigues me, and so I don't. Are we taking final action today? Maybe the staff?
No.
I didn't think so.
The
Yeah.
direction would be for staff to draft an ordinance, which would return to your board. And I think it would go to the planning commission first, because it would be a zoning ordinance. It would go to the planning commission, then to your board for final action.
So if in fact, and I don't know who is to make that decision, whether it's the assessor's office or what, but if there is I'm talking about the increased property values. I would be interested in hearing back about that projection.
we have not ever asked staff, although Mr. McClure discussed it with us at our last hearing, to do an economic study such as we did for Goleta, which actually calculates revenues generated within Montecito. But if you look at the monthly reports that we get on permit activity, it's immediately, I think, evident that property values are such in Montecito that they're not decreasing, they are increasing. And with each new project, there is an increased revenue from property taxes that are generated within the community. We could calculate that, but if board members feel it's necessary to calculate that, we could. I think the conclusion would be very dramatic, actually.
Supervisor Gray?
Thank you. I have several questions, and I'm going to pose the first question to the administrators. I because obviously some of that is school taxes, it's other kinds of taxes. So is there a possibility, and could we get the numbers that would show that we would not have to take money out of the general fund, or that we would make it up if we had an area planning commission in Montecito?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, you could look at it a couple of ways, and one would be that sort of micro analysis of based on whatever's happening there, how much is it growing, and what's 19% of that, county, and it's probably enough to certainly cover $70,000. That being said, the question would be big picture, how you want to apply it, because we can attribute growth of all kinds of pieces of the budget. So what the board might want to consider is if it wants to go ahead with this, let us come back in June with the whole list and see if we have enough money to do all the things that need to be done. This one is not likely to be problematical. It may be that between now and June there'll be some growth that we can project and give you choices about the entire budget. On the other hand, people are wrong about the recession and Prop 172 and general sales tax fell below what's projected between now and then, and for next year there will be harder choices, but so it's just how you want to look at it. Does that help you at all?
I just don't, I'm supportive of the idea. I think it's an excellent idea, and I think it should be done. But I don't want to take money from the general fund if it isn't going to be made up somewhere or another. And Supervisor Schwartz is indicating that it will be made up in property tax difference or some kind of difference. I also think it could be made up in the fact that it would expedite other planning. I heard her say that same thing. So those things are possible, but I don't want it to cost, and I don't have enough evidence. It's not clear to me that that is the case.
Yeah, and all I'm suggesting is probably the way to look at it is in the big picture.
In the budget. Okay, that would be my preference.
In the budget, and I think, if something bad doesn't happen between now and, if all the economists and people you see on TV and everything aren't wrong, it'll be okay.
I think actually that's a good idea. I think June, if it comes back in June, we can also have more information on which to make these decisions in these other areas. I think the basic premise of the assumption regarding property taxes is just like what we do with a supplemental tax roll. We go out and try to reassess properties periodically because we know that they have increased in value. I mean, there are rare instances where some of them will have decreased. In those cases, no doubt the property owner will have brought it to our attention before that. But the basic premise is the same, and history bears that out. And I think, however, the cost is an important factor, but I want to say something about it. This is really a question of governance rather than the financial resources of a community. And I wouldn't want to leave the impression that only a wealthy community, wealthy in terms of property tax values, ought to have an area planning commission. I think what we're discussing now is what's a fair way of funding it. But the idea itself really needs to stand on its own. And in this case, I think we've all talked about the fact this is a community that has unique planning laws of its own and a unique history of participation in the land use area. And so it is, in my view, appropriate. But that could be the same for a community for whom the financial resources wouldn't be there, and we'd be looking, straight ahead at having to fund it without any alternative. So I think that's an important point to make.
Madam Chair, and for Supervisor Schwartz and Supervisor Gray, I don't mean by that not to stop this and not do all the things we could do. We could get the ordinance ready and do all the other things and have it ready. And if everything's okay, it'll be fine. It'll meet Supervisor Gray's, show me and I think that's fair enough.
Show me the beef, I like that.
And at the same time, if there's some big problem that occurs, based on, because we've got this budget at the jello stage at least now, you could decide what to do. And I always say, take that big picture approach. 70,000 probably isn't going to make it or break it.
So what you're suggesting is a motion, then a conceptual motion, or a motion which would enable staff to do these things in the meantime?
Before we go forward with the motion, I have one other issue I wanted to address. Again, it doesn't matter a whole lot to me, but I was curious about the issue of membership. If in fact a person lives in Montecito, does that then disqualify them from being a planning commissioner on the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission? Like if you wanted to appoint them, they couldn't be, or if they're on the Montecito, can they?
No.
Okay.
Not unless the board wishes for some reason, which I can't foresee one, to say that membership in the planning commission shall be within the supervisory district, except for Montecito. You'd have to specifically amend that out of the current planning commission ordinance. But otherwise, all residents of any supervisorial district, if I understand correctly, are eligible to serve on the planning commission.
So you could still live in Montecito and be on the first district planning, or on the commission if the supervisor chose to appoint.
As I said, yes, unless that's specifically for some reason written out of county law.
That was just a minefield that I was worried about, because I hated to see someone eliminated if in fact
My understanding is that's not part of the proposal.
But all the members of the Montecito Planning Commission would need to be Montecito residents.
Well, that would be the logical assumption, since
I think we've been proceeding on that assumption.
Yes.
That there would be members of the Montecito Area Planning Commission and additionally members of the Montecito BAR, that they wouldn't do double duty, although I'm not sure that was explicit.
Double duty, we haven't discussed that. Is it legally possible for them to do double duty?
Absolutely. You can say the members of the Montecito Planning Commission shall serve as the members of the Board of Architectural Review. It's entirely up to you.
Well, maybe that's something we want to discuss. I hadn't thought about that.
Again, that's a policy issue to discuss for staff to evaluate and discuss with the community
members.
Yeah,
We need pros and cons on that.
To be frank about it, that's a significant amount of talent to draw from the communities to have separate.
I think the outstanding questions are, and that's one I hadn't even thought about, but maybe that needs to be added to the list. Performance measures, what will we be looking at, and the review, the point for review. And if we don't begin this until January of this year, I think 2 years from adoption is probably too soon. It just gives us a year and a half of experience. So I think 2 years from the inception makes more sense, and that's before another budget cycle, and that would seem to me a good compromise period. And then suggestions for, if any, for qualifications for planning commissioners. And BAR members, and then we could add the issue of joint planning commission BAR members, which we hadn't thought of before this.
I have one other thing that I think is an important calculation. I think that the benefit of expedited planning commission hearings are definitely of value. It certainly is of value to my constituents. So that should be calculated in when we calculate what it's going to cost us, because that's definitely, Montecito Planning Commission is doing all their planning, and that gives Orca a chance to get theirs to the desk sooner. That's a value to Orchid that we should share in. So some way or another, I'd like that number calculated in also. I don't know how you do it, but I'm not a numbers person.
The performance.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Gray, speed, growth in assessed value, customer satisfaction with the process.
Because it's certainly value to us in the
neighborhood satisfaction.
Yes.
Yes,
Didn't
that's
build a
important.
horrible thing.
So what we would be looking at is for staff to be working with the community members in soliciting on these issues and soliciting their input as well. I include Mr. Short. I would encourage Mr. Short and Ms. Keller to participate, since we seem to be going in this direction. And then come back at budget hearings with a more complete, is that right? Report.
Is the direction, or would the direction be assumed that the motion is passed to present an ordinance at the same time as budget hearing or near the budget hearing?
Well, I was thinking if we could do it a week before, maybe that's a good idea, so it doesn't get swallowed up in our budget week. But I really look to staff for that.
Let me just ask a question. I'm a little bit confused now about how we're going to see this this financial component. I don't know if this is going to come to us. If we look at this item before the budget, then we're not going to really have the complete picture. So is this going to be a budget expansion? Or if we're going to come before we get the budget information, how are we going to see this?
Madam Chair, let me suggest that on the fiscal part, yes, we put it on the list. Of course, it's an item from the board, really, at this point to look at. Okay, so
In the amount of 71?
70, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And it would be there, and there'll be other things, and we'll, some of the things are going to be fixed if categorical revenues come in that can only be spent on those things. So if Prop 172 comes in higher, it's going to theoretically free up some general revenue, okay? So we'll give you that whole big picture at budget.
Well, let me ask this. Would it be helpful if we took a vote on a motion to approve the planning commission if the revenue's identified?
Well, I sort of wanted to go there.
But that would be just a conceptual motion, so Mr. Brown would know you've got the board direction to do this. Is that what
Right,
you're
I
suggesting?
think that would be a good idea to go ahead and do that. Have county council work on the ordinance, so if there's any, once we work on something, you may find something you have to get the performance measures, get everything ready, so that if there isn't a problem, it's ready and it's out of the way.
Okay, well, I'll make that motion, and I know that Ms. Ferry's going to figure out the language for that.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Schwartz, second by Supervisor Gray. And just in discussing the motion, I need to say that, I started off on this journey not being supportive of area planning commissions because I was concerned over the cost and I was concerned over the precedent. But I guess this is why we take so long in government, because we learn as we go. And there has been sufficient information presented that I can see that this will not, I don't believe, set a precedent for other area planning commissions, because I believe we have acknowledged that Montecito is in a different position, having established their own sort of quasi-governmental bodies and being very organized in the community. I think that would be part of some standard that we would have to implement on any area planning commission in the future. I'm not saying that specific language, but I can see that there are differences in Montecito. But I think it's going to be very important, I'll stress this, that whatever form this ordinance comes back to us in does outline very specifically what standards there will be. And specifically, it's already been discussed, the performance measures that we'll be looking at for the 2 years of operation of this sort of, how do we call this? What?
Area planning.
Pilot, that's what the pilot project, right. I'm still concerned about the cost, and I'll articulate that a little bit. I know that we're going to probably see some options. I was looking at the option of perhaps splitting the difference on this permit fee. I don't know if that's the right way to go or not, but I'm also concerned because I already know that we are going to see at least one budget expansion request from planning and development in this budget period. I'm always concerned when planning and development looks like it's going to be underfunded, because we all have a stake in planning and development being able to get their work done. Comprehensive planning, development review, and the whole 9 yards. So when I asked the question about how will we see this money, how will it come back, in what format will we see it, I want to be sure that we're seeing the whole picture so that we can make a good decision on what we get from planning and development. As you know, I don't like budget expansion requests for regular departmental functions, and so it makes me nervous. And we've already, Mr. Brown's already explained to us that the reason that we have that is because of the budget shortfall. Departments are looking at shortfalls in order to keep their services at the level that they have been in the last year. We're looking at budget expansion requests. I still don't like it. Those are my comments. I will support the motion, but I just want to make sure that it comes back. And I guess I will say it competes somewhat with other expansion requests, or that it looks, we have the ability to look at it with everything else.
Could I ask, before we vote on the motion, and hear from Mr. Stark, would it be helpful to have this matter come back to us for final discussion prior to the budget on June 4th? And then we have these other issues connected with it in addition to the cost, and we can see the whole thing and then actually vote on it. You can see the ordinance and then vote on it during the budget hearings beginning June 10th.
I think that's a good.
Does that make sense?
It makes good sense.
So then the continuance would be to June 4th.
Which right now we have nothing else on the agenda.
Madam Chair, can I reiterate what I believe is the conceptual motion? I do need to question from Planning Commission whether in the event we do an ordinance, it gives us time to go to the Planning Commission before coming to the board with an ordinance. But this is what I believe I interpret Supervisor Schwartz's motion in the context of the 5 action items that were on your board's agenda. That the board would, in concept, determine to establish an initial area planning commission in BAR for Montecito, assuming that appropriate funding is identified. But B, the board would determine that the least in concept that the authority of the APC would include full zoning administrator and planning commission jurisdiction with the 2 exceptions noted: the affordable housing, the area of region-wide significance, in which case the APC would have advisory responsibility. Regional transportation and affordable housing they would have.
And solid waste, there are 3 actually.
And that staff the board June 4th, with the necessary ordinances and related procedural matters. That the county administrator will be directed to report at budget time on funding options and cost analysis as requested by the board as part of the budget presentation, and that if the planning commission is established, the staff will be directed to return in 2 years with an evaluation of its effectiveness and appropriate performance measures and criteria from the date of the inception of the planning commission.
Yeah, for its first meeting on the board. Could we get back to the issue of the ordinance and review by the planning commission? I believe what you're saying to us is that this is the kind of ordinance that would go to the planning commission.
I believe that is so. I think we probably have to amend the zoning ordinance to do it.
Madam Chair? Yes. I think we might be talking about two different types of ordinances here. One, an ordinance establishing the Montecito Planning Commission per se, with an ordinance that establishes the County Planning Commission. And then we would need to modify Article 4 and Article 2 to specify the appropriate decision maker for permits. So I think there's probably two different
Two sets of ordinance, that's correct.
Right, and we've got 6 months to do everything else then.
Just to clarify, I think that we can bring the ordinance establishing the Montecito Planning Commission directly to your board. I don't think that that necessarily has to go to the County Planning Commission. Certainly the amendments to Articles 2 and 3 would need to come to the board, to Article 1 would need to come to the board. But that could happen as a cleanup or implementation item to establishing the Montecito Planning Commission. But maybe County Council doesn't agree.
I think I need to double check it just to make sure maybe correct. There are only certain types of zoning ordinances that need to go to the planning commission first. And we would need to double check that. I believe that unless you're actually changing the zoning articles themselves, it could go directly to the board. The road management ordinance could go to the board.
Well, we're not changing the ordinances. We're only changing the bodies to
I think
administer the ordinance.
there would have to be some cleanup action that would require changing the ordinance substance.
We'll look into it.
Okay, so, any further discussion for the motion?
Yes, Madam Chair, Supervisor Schwartz was right in what she said about me. I'm going to be opposing. I think that's a long way to go. I think if you really want land use authority, then just incorporate it. Pretty simple, and you don't have to run all the county stuff. Second, I'm a little bit concerned about what I see as the implications of the precedent for setting here when you're talking about if this area can increase the tax increment, it's okay, we don't have to charge them for it. That is kind of what we did, I think, when we did the sales tax. If you build a nice mall in your city, that's great. And all the housing goes someplace else. And I think we get into that kind of a situation, you start doing this. And whether you say you're setting a precedent or not, you're not setting a precedent. In effect, people will come and say, this is what you did before. And I think that implication that I see in that precedent that we're sort of subconsciously setting here is very, very dangerous.